don't know what it means, but I got taught that when I was younger. Eh? Yeah, I'm so looking forward to you guys.
Welcome everyone. We'll be starting very soon. Kindly begin making your way to your seats and make sure your phones are set to silent. Thank you. Everyone, we'll be starting very soon. Kindly begin making your way to your seats and make sure your phones are set to silent. We're excited. everyone. We're starting in 2 minutes. Please take your seats and put your phones on silent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome someone that needs no introduction. EXP Realty South Africa country leader, Mr. Andrew Thompson.
Wow, folks, what a day today. It's an amazing day. And first of all, welcome to Africa. Welcome to South Africa. And what a great pleasure to have you here locally in Cape Town. I think you deserve a big round of applause. Well done. Folks, this is EXPCon Cape Town, and what a great pleasure. It's been 14 months of hard work. I must say a very big thank you to Bongi Badaza, part of our leadership team, and I think she deserves a very big round of applause. Thanks to Bongi. Folks, these kind of events wouldn't be possible with the likes of the virtual agent, the Snapit, EXP Realty, obviously very much involved, Old Mutual, Lightstone, Multinet Home Loans, ESI Attorneys, and Currencies Direct. They've put in huge sponsorship into this event. Please network with them in the Ballroom West and East. And once again, a very big round of applause to our corporate sponsors. Thank you very much for your generous contribution. What is hell of important from our side, 0.5% of gross commission income gets contributed towards a social impact partner. And I think if those of you that took part in the EXPCon event, the EXP Realty Fund Run yesterday, you would have been able to mix and mingle with celebrities, superstars, ambassadors of sport, etc. And our social impact partner is going to be in the house tomorrow at our annual awards starting at 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So Marlene Kutsia and the Laureus Sport for Good team, so grateful to have you here. and we are so appreciative of what you do for the communities here locally in South Africa, not only through development, but also through sport. And I'm so looking forward to the presentation of Brian Dambana, a keynote speaker, and that's going to be taking place later today or tomorrow. Folks, from my side, to our international guests, to our Africa delegations, to our special guests in-house here today, to our corporate sponsors, to the media, to everybody involved with EXPCon Cape Town, and I must say to our EXP Realty South Africa agents, the kings and queens in our business, everything to do with EXP Realty South Africa, what a great honor to have you here. And once again, thank you for your tremendous contribution from 5 years ago to where we are today. And I just sincerely want to thank you. A big round of applause for our very own leadership. For our very own leadership team and our agent team. You are the superstars in this business, and we are so appreciative of you. So congratulations to you. I think you're going to enjoy an exceptional EXPCon Cape Town. I was up Table Mountain the other day with Sarah Hutchison, Felix Bravo, 4 hours in the sun, as you can gather. But at 39 degrees, 4,000 feet up here in Cape Town, what an absolute pleasure. And go see it on social media, Instagrams, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. It's posted all over the world, and very excited about that. Folks, I'm going to talk very briefly today about our past 5 years' experiences, our past 5 years' achievements. And I think what is important is I'm also going to channel into what has been achieved over the last year. And then we've got some exciting announcements taking place today and a huge start to this particular event. But in the past 5 years, if you really think about it, 0 to 1,400 agents, real estate professionals, that has never ever been achieved before here locally in South Africa. And it's the engine in the room. It's the agents that are going out there, identifying influential people, good producing agents, bringing them into our organization. And that is why we're regarded as the fastest growing real estate company ever in Africa. In the past 5 years, 6,000th largest real estate company in South Africa, down to number 3 locally. That is a tremendous achievement. And to our agent team here, a huge round of applause. You are the guys that have done it. Felix, I think it's so important. You know, Felix Bravo came across from the USA, from Miami Beach, landed on our shores here, and he gave me such great news. And the great news is this. We are the largest independent real estate company on the continent of Africa. What a proud moment, quite amazing. There we go, just announced it, so that's really good. We were voted 2023, and this was a real honor for me. And I really want to say a very big thank you to our agent team, to our leadership team, but we were recognized as the country leadership team of 2023 through the eyes of EXP, and for me, that was a tremendous honor, knowing that we'd only been open for a 3-year period. Just this last year, we just did the biggest ever real estate data transfer in South African history. We went from 2 or 3 different systems down to 1, and we transferred some 13,600 listings. We got into a situation of 4,300 transactions, and we really made a big impact as to what has happened in the real estate game here locally in South Africa. I think when you do a startup company and you start with 0 agents, you start with 0 leadership, and you start with 0 infrastructure, 5 years on the 20th of August 2020, mid-COVID, you would see that as quite a challenge. And I must say, standing up in front here 5 years later, the task of opening up a company like this was quite daunting. But to be profitable from 18 months into operation, for the past 3.5 years, that's got to be an incredible result, because that's what we're here for. We're here for our real estate agents, we're here for our leadership team, and we're here to support the real estate industry locally in South Africa. So let's just take a quick look back at 2025. And wow, was it an exciting year? You know, 1,400 real estate agents, and that has been a quick move. 110 cap agents in 1 year, and there's a number of those cap agents sitting here in this very audience here today. So 110 cap agents, that's an amazing achievement. And the one that really stands out for me is 7 icon agents in a 14-month period. So over the last 14 months, 7 7 icon agents, and then the one that I'm superbly proud about is we achieved the youngest ever icon agent within EXP at the age of 22 years old. And I really believe you're going to find out a little bit more about that. I don't want to get into the annual awards now, but I mean, the youngest ever icon agent here locally in South Africa. That's what we're here in business for. We're here to see people be successful around us. We're here to see agents transition from a traditional agency into a very forward-thinking real estate industry here with EXP Realty South Africa. So 13,600 listings, that's what we did this last year in terms of achievement, 4,300 sales and rentals, and then the big number that I'm really proud of amongst our very own agent team is 6 billion rands worth of sales volume, and once again, you deserve a very big round of applause. Looking back at the last year, I spoke about the last 5 years, the last 3.5 years, but this last year, 12 out of 12 months, Mark Luca, 12 out of 12 months, profitable company here locally in South Africa, and you've got to say it with a smile on your face because the market wasn't easy last year. But what is that going to do for us this year? What is it going to do for us 3 years from now, 5 years from now? Because we're on a momentum journey. We're on a journey of growth, and to go from 1,400 agents now to 2,200 agents by the end of this year, the ability to grow this business and create generational wealth amongst you as EXP Realty professionals, you are the people that are making the difference in the industry that we are here in today. What I think we're extremely proud of, Wendy, and you know this, we want to remain the most agent-centric real estate company in the world. Now bring that back to Africa. We as EXP Realty South Africa want to be the most agent-centric real estate company on the continent of Africa. And how do you do that? You hand select skilled individuals. You bring in people with attitude. You bring a leadership team that is going to support your agents. You use people like Amanda Ray and Serene Palvi in terms of your expert care desk, and you create a dynamic, very personalized experience. But yet we remain very technically orientated, support orientated, and just making a huge influence. Seth, I think you'll love this, a huge influence in terms of AI. Because if you're not up to speed with AI, you're not going to be up to speed as a real estate professional going forward. So the most agent-centric real estate company in Africa, but most certainly we want to be recognized as the most agent-centric real estate company here locally in South Africa. And I sincerely believe the way that you see EXPCon Cape Town being laid out, the investment in this particular conference, in our agents, and really protecting our business for the next 5 years, we're on a journey that you most certainly want to be on. Kanya Gundwana, Javi Rousseau, the Americans call him Gawi, but Kanya Gundwana and Gawi Rousseau, stepped up on stage around about 6 months ago to receive the Reside Award as the top real estate company in Africa, here locally in South Africa, on behalf of our agent team. They deserve a big round of applause. And I think my biggest message today, and I'm so pleased, I saw Steve Johnston sitting in the front row here, and Steve was a founding member of EXP Realty South Africa as an agent, growing a network of agents, building a family, building a community, and making a huge difference in terms of training, education, and everything to do with real estate. But what do we need to do? We need to attract influential people, top producing agents, people like you, bring them into our environment, and create an environment which is just supportive, really nice, collaborative, family, community, and everything to do real estate with a difference. Create the wow factor. Go out and do the unexpected. And I think all importantly, we want to just make EXPCon Cape Town one of the best events, a world-class events that you have never ever experienced before. So what we decided to do was not just to put on a normal real estate show. We wanted to create a little bit of extravaganza. We wanted to create a bit of an intrigue. And we wanted to take you back to tradition, but also to bring you into the future of real estate. And the future of real estate is what it's about. You've got to be advancing. You've got to be moving. But what a great pleasure at this very moment to welcome up on stage to get the show on the road. And I really believe that you're going to be up on your feet dancing, clapping, singing, doing all the necessary. But it gives me such great pleasure. We're so proud of this group of people, all these youngsters you're going to see up on stage. Please give a standing ovation and a very warm welcome to none other than the Ndlovu Youth Choir. Here we go, EXP Con Cape Town!
EXP! Are you ready? Woo! Just the incredible! Celebrate who you are. Celebrate where you come from. Celebrate your past. Celebrate, celebrate each other. Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate, celebrate each moment. Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate, wave your hand for the freedom in the air. Say celebrate, celebrate, Africa, Africa. Celebrate Africa. Never trust the Edison Cairo, Kigali, Nairobi, Crew. Celebrate each other. Celebrate, celebrate life. Just ready to sing along. Let's go. Say Africa, Africa. Say celebrate, celebrate. Say Africa, Africa. Say celebrate, say Africa, Africa. Say celebrate, say Africa, Africa. EXP, put your hands up and celebrate. Just celebrate each other. Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate, celebrate each moment. Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate, oh celebrate. Celebrate, oh celebrate. Celebrate, oh celebrate. Celebrate, oh celebrate. Celebrate, celebrate each moment. Celebrate. Give each moment a celebrate life.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're the Ndlovu Youth Choir all the way from Limpopo. My name is Ralph Schmidt. I'm the co-founder and conductor of the choir. And it's just fantastic being here in Cape Town, being here with you guys, and opening this conference with such energy. Now, what we're going to do, the next song we're going to sing for you is a beautiful... Is anyone here from the United States? Yeah! Well, we're going to the United States on Friday, so maybe we're on the same flight. But there's a beautiful song from South Africa that was written in Johannesburg, and it's got a journey that stretched to the United States and back home again, because it was written here called Mbube, and then it went to the United States, and people all of a sudden thought Timon and Pumbaa from Disney had written it and gone, Awimbowe, 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 Awimbowe. It is not Awimbowe. Awimbowe means absolutely nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, Mbube means lion. And by Mr. Solomon Linda, Mbube!
Jalo emini uyawaletha amathamsanqa.
We are mama way.
Move it, ah, we move it, we move it, we move it, move it.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion. Hi-yo! In the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Away. With Mama. Hi-yo! Away. Hey, man, give them a run. You know, I was thinking about you guys while they were singing that song. And I thought, you know, if the jungle was real estate, you guys would even try and sell it. Now we're gonna sing. we're gonna sing a song that we wrote specially for Cape Town. And we're gonna sing you some South African music. So at least those of you from overseas can go home and say, I heard a little bit about Africa. And we're going to start off by singing a song that celebrates a beautiful tradition in Cape Town. It's called the Tweede Nuwe Jaar. South Africans love parties so much. Yeah. South Africans love parties so much that we have New Year's. And then we're like, mara, that's that's not enough. We want a Tweede New Year's. So we celebrate Tweede Nuwe Jaar, and then after that we're going to sing you a song, a collection of great South African classics. Hierdie Guma keerspel wat ons vir julle gaan sing, gaan julle voete laat kielie. Jy gaan wil opstaan en dans en mal gaan as treffers so suikerbos. Ek wil jou hê, daar kom die Alibaba's groot liedjies wat daar aan is. Those of you who don't understand what I said, we're going to sing an Afrikaans song.
Vulitela wema mkopozi unyana wam haleluya chata namhlanje vulitela wema nyauza suba nombona unyana wam uchatile bengazi yamani umakoti unyana wam yeyuchongile makhatebe lunezo bed Dier eet my mooi gemaak, eet my baie baie mooi gemaak. Inkosi ingenze ngamuhle, ingenze ngaba muhle kakhulu. Nansi ikhanda lami, umzimba wami, nansi inyawo zami, dala umzimba udale. Nansi ikhanda lami, umzimba wami, nansi inyawo zami, dala umzimba udale. Inkosi ingenze ngamuhle, ingenze ngaba muhle kakhulu. Inkosi ingenze ngamuhle, ingenze ngaba muhle kakhulu. Nansi ikhanda lami, umzimba wami, nansi inyawo zami, dala umzimba udale. Nansi ikhanda lami, umzimba wami, nansi inyawo zami, dala umzimba udale.
Chester, EXP, give up your hands. Chester, come on. What? I can't see you. Chester, what? Stop, stop. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. What? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. The Clover Youth Choir. Yes. So you know, a few years ago, we started this choir in 2009 as an after-schools project for kids in a rural community. We come from a town called Motse, or Ilansdoorn, which is about 200 kilometers away from Johannesburg in Limpopo province. Those of you from Cape Town, I know you don't really leave Cape Town, so it's very far. And the initial idea was to give children a level of tuition in a rural community of music tuition that they would only receive in affluent suburbs in urban areas. And we soon realized that, you know, South Africa's got a huge youth unemployment problem. I think the world has got unacceptable levels of youth unemployment. We became professional, and initially, so I decided then Let's take these skills that these guys have learned at this music program and let's start performing professionally and coming and doing shows for people. The problem was nobody wanted to book us. And the reason I'm telling you this story, because I think as realtors, you'll understand this. It's all about the area where you are from. So people would say, oh, I would love to book the choir. It's just Limpopo. Oh, it's very far. So I hired flats in Sandton in Johannesburg. And I remarketed and rebranded the group and said, we're based in Sandton, Joburg. The bookings came flowing. But after we were professional for a year, we had a video that went viral around the world of an isiZulu version of Shape of You that we did. And it got the attention of an American television show called America's Got Talent. And they said to us, you got to choose a song that an American audience would know. So we chose one that they wouldn't know. Not because we wanted to be vintgat. Now, those of you from overseas, if there's one South African word you must remember, it's vintgat. So vint, V-I-N-D, vint, and then gat. Just say hat, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are like on a Friday afternoon if you like this on a Wednesday morning. So we wanted to sing a song to show them who we are and where we are from. And we chose a song that expresses the hopes and dreams of this beautiful continent of ours, Africa. After this, we're also going to sing a song called We Will Rise, which we wrote ourselves. It's a song about the tenacity of the human spirit. But now we're going to sing for you My African Dream.
sky will fall and your head can stop spinning around. When everything is tumbling down and you're scared.
Don't be afraid to get up and dance.
Night is just before the light.
Be strong, be brave. Together we will rise, and we will When the rhythm means being strong and there's nowhere to let it out. When you're lost and the music stops, it hurts. All the listening to so much more. Keep the faith, see the tomorrow will come. Be strong, be brave. Together we will rise, and we will
Well, the next song we're going to sing for you is a song that we would like to dedicate to young people around the world. And when you listen to it, I want you to remember that we're from one little village in rural Limpopo province. Every single one of our singers, and aren't they fantastic? Every single one of them join us without any formal musical training or dance training or theatrical training or anything. And they work extremely hard at their craft to achieve the standards that they do. And I often think to myself, if there's that much talent in one rural village in Limpopo, how much untapped potential amongst young people is there in this world? And we would like to dedicate the next song to young people who may feel that there's a wall in front of them. They turn left, they turn right, they try and go forward. There's no job, they can't get to university, they can't afford it, and it's a tough world. But this next song ends with the words, Vincerò, vincerò, which means we will overcome. Please welcome back on stage Nhlanhla Somo.
Angalia sabor lizofika
There must be high love down in the hollow, hidden distant love. Without it, life is wasted time. Look inside your heart and inside love. Things look so bad everywhere.
We've been very fortunate to travel around the world. We've been all over the place. As I said, on Friday, we were off to San Francisco via Cincinnati and Boston within 10 days. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But the next song was an idea that was formed in the Serengeti Game Reserve in Tanzania. We did a beautiful performance there out on the plains with this incredible backdrop. And while we were on a game drive, I got thinking to myself about a composer who was born in Tanzania and who left as a young child. And I thought to myself, how would that person's music have sounded different had they never left the African continent? And that composer became very famous and his music is known around the world. And I thought to myself, why don't we translate it? You heard us translate Nessun Dorma as well from Puccini's Turandot. And I thought, let's translate it and let's infuse it with not just one, but a collection of African genres and see what this music may have sounded like had he never left. And it got me thinking on my own musical journey, and by extension, all of us in this room, our journey of our life, of how we are shaped by the place where we are raised and where we are born, and by the people who we are privileged to meet and interact with. Slow roasted in Limpopo and marinated in isiZulu. Ladies and gentlemen, Farouk Bulsara, better known as Freddie Mercury's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, welele mama, welele mama, ah, welele, oh yeah, 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 the one. King umntwana ompofu odinge uswele ngoba ngizalalo hambelo phakeme ngenzeka noma akungithi kamezi to me. Ngibeke isibhamu ekhandala waqhuma inhlamvu seshoni mama impilo isanda qa manje sengone mama bengafisa ukwenza ukhaya uma ngingasabuyile ekhaya. Carry on, carry on, as if nothing really too late, fikile ixesha la ngithukile ke manje buhlungu buhlasele. Goodbye everybody, I've got to go. Ngiyobheka nale
Ah, music, oh, will you let me go? Mama want me, mama want me.
Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Aku senandawa. Nothing really matters to me.
The Ndlovu Youth Choir. I hope this is the only show that you've ever been to in your life where you've seen Soki Soki, opera, rock, and Vulindlela in one show. Now we're going to close off by singing a song that couldn't be more perfect for a day like today. Because it's a song that says, there is nothing that 100 men or more could ever do to drag us away from you. God bless every single one of you. God bless EXP. God bless the rains down here in Africa.
Sikhubekani sinqobe amaqabane kuthoshuqa kunqoqe webaba wathumizile kwaqashuthi ngelele siqonile kulempi exakile wekhunde wokhala weqheba qaqonqe webaba.
right, ladies and gentlemen, what a great pleasure to welcome to the stage our Chief Marketing Officer, EXP Realty, Wendy Forsyth. Give her a big round of applause. And from EXP International, Managing Director, Felix Bravo. Let's hype it up for the wonderful Vice President, International Marketing. Welcome to Sarah Hutchison. And ladies and gentlemen, representing agents all over the world, our International Agent Advisory Council Chair Lady, Lizna No. So ladies and gentlemen, let's bring it local, and there's no better person to get up on stage. The always well-dressed Chairman of the South African Agent Advisory Council, Ferdy Abrams. Folks, you've all met me already, but I just really want to say, Andrew Thompson, EXP Realty, South Africa. And wow, we said we wanted to welcome you to Africa. We wanted to say welcome to South Africa. Here are all our people. Give them a huge round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Ndlovu Youth Choir. What a magic show. Whoa! All right, let's go, guys. Here we go.
Oh my God, what?
Thank you.
So cool.
So fun.
Well done.
Hot mic.
Thank you.
That's awesome. That was awesome.
EXP Card Cape Town. Woo! How good was the Ndlovu Youth Choir? I feel like dancing, but I don't want to embarrass myself. The next guest speaker is, don't want to give it away, but he has pulled a lot of strings to make this happen. And I don't want to be biased, but this is my favorite destination for EXPCon. I'm being a little bit biased, but I want to introduce someone who made this happen today. He's all the way from Miami, Florida, our EXP International Managing Director, introducing Felix Bravo.
Thanks, brother. Thanks to you. Hey, guys. I think this might be the toughest act to follow I've ever had in my entire career. I've never had to dance before coming on stage, so I'm a little bit dazzled right now, if I'm being honest. But that performance was absolutely incredible, and it's a very strong reminder of why being here in these rooms really, really matters. The energy, the talent, the heartbeat of this entire continent, not just South Africa, is absolutely incredible. So I want to say good morning to each and every single one of you. It's so great to be here. We've spent some time in Cape Town, and this is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I've truly fallen in love with it and with its people. You guys have been incredible. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause for that. I look around the room, and we have agents here from all over the world, and this is truly what being a part of an international company looks like. So thank you for being here at EXPCon Cape Town. This is the first time that we've hosted an EXPCon on this continent, and we know that many of you have traveled an extremely long way to get to be here across different countries and time zones and continents. And so we're truly grateful for every single agent and staff and every guest and every leader who has made their way here. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about what's been going on at EXP International over the last 12 months and where we're going. You may have noticed some changes on our side of the house in the last 12 months. And the big one is that we've truly, truly doubled down on our agent value proposition, not just at local levels, but at international scale. So we're looking at how we can continue to improve the tech, systems, tools, resources, trainings that we offer you guys to give you everything you need to be successful, as well as focusing on productive agent count and helping professionalize some of the informal markets around the world. And I want to share some numbers with you, because the numbers are proof of what you guys have accomplished and what our team has been able to do. Now, we're a publicly traded company, we're on NASDAQ, so we haven't released our full 2025 numbers, but I do have for you here today Q3 of 24 to Q3 of 2025, and I want to share with you that over that 12-month period, our transaction growth grew by 56%, our revenue grew by 70%, and more importantly, our productivity per person, meaning the amount of agents we have, the average amount of transactions they do, increased by 36%. Give yourselves a massive round of applause for that. That is truly the number that matters, and that's what we're here to do, is to help you reach your goals. Now, I have even more figures for you to kind of give you that wow factor. Same thing, Q3 23 to 24, and then Q3 24 to 25, to give you an idea of really the scale of this entire company. Now, in 23, we were at 4.7 billion in sales volume over that 12-month period, 17,000 transactions, and 76.5 million in revenue. Over these last 12-month period of 24 to 25, Q3 to Q3, our sales volume increased to $8 billion, 26,500 transactions, and $133 million in revenue. Come on, you can clap a little louder than that. Yeah, that's all you guys. That's all you guys. So it's great to have these numbers, but what do all these numbers truly mean, right? Our agents are leveraging our platform to become more productive and grow their business. Whether your goal is to sell 10 homes a year because that's the lifestyle that is suitable for you and your family, or you want to grow the next biggest team around South Africa, or you want to be the next Steve Johnstone, EXP is a platform for you to do that and achieve your goals through rev share, selling, luxury, whatever that may be. We have truly become the home of the producers and have attracted some of the top real estate teams, coaches, trainers around the world. So if you haven't considered scaling your business with EXP, or you're currently in EXP South Africa and haven't really considered scaling internationally, hopefully these figures will show you that the growth is not stopping. And these opportunities are out there and they're endless, and we aren't slowing down whatsoever. So what have we added for our agents, right? We talked about value proposition. What does that mean? Now, over the last couple of months, you may have heard us talk about this, but one of the key differences for EXP compared to some of the competitors that you guys may know of is that we put your brand first. To us, you guys, the agents, are our clients, and we want your clients, when you're out there selling, to see your brand first. And so we've created agent microsites for each and every single one of our agents at a global level, so all the international agents get this. And it's a fully customizable and personalized to your brand and your market with property search of all EXP listings in your market. So this is your website, it's your data at no additional cost. We're giving the power back for you guys, the agents, to showcase your brand, not just here in South Africa, but also around the world, which I think is extremely important and very powerful. Something we talked about for anyone, was anyone at EXPCon Miami? Was there anyone here who's been at both? Okay, some hands, yeah, some world travelers there. So something we talked about at EXPCon Miami was one website, one public-facing portal with all of the listings of every single agent at EXP around the world. Now, if you go on live, lyvve.com right now, there's close to 200,000 listings that are all from EXP agents. It's your listings. And so we've rolled out Live, and we're extremely excited to say that it is officially the largest, I actually just found this out, it's the largest real estate portal in terms of searchable countries in the world, which just showcases how strong our brand is at a global level. So for you guys, the agents, this is a massive edge and a tool that allows you to promote your sellers, your developers' listings at a global scale instantly. Imagine the next time that you walk in to a seller appointment or to meet with a potential developer or seller, instead of saying the same things that every single agent says, oh, we'll get you on the same portals that everyone does, you've got some added value proposition where you could tell them, hey, I can promote your project, your home, etc. on a platform that goes across 28 countries, as well as the top portals here, but at a global level instantly. That is a power that only EXP agents have, and that is the power of us being an independent brand and a global brand. One of the most important features, because I happen to be from Venezuela, if you guys didn't know, even though I've lived most of my life in the United States, and I know how important WhatsApp is for the international community when we do business, right? We integrated WhatsApp into Live. So when a client is looking for homes and they see your listing, there will be a WhatsApp button there that they can click, and it opens up their phone or computer to your WhatsApp immediately for them to message you. You control your leads completely. And we're the first portal around internationally that has given the agents the power to have the WhatsApp integration, which I think is extremely fantastic. So you may have seen that, if you follow us on social media, you may have seen that Sarah, myself, Wendy, Seth, so many of us, Adam, we spent quite a bit of time over the last 12 months traveling. We've been from too many places, to be honest, to even name. I could be here all day, but we were busy because EXP was continuing to grow at an international level, and we launched over 7 different countries last year. We launched in Peru, in Turkey, in Ecuador, in Japan, in Korea, in Luxembourg, in Romania, and we went to each and every single one of these countries to meet with the agents, to meet with the local leadership. And now you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's incredible, but I'm not really sure what that does for me. And as EXP continues to grow internationally, because remember, we are one brand, we're not a franchise, which means that we are all one office. Whether you're an agent in Dubai or Miami or Colombia or here in South Africa, you get treated as an EXP agent no matter where you go. And so this gives you guys the opportunity to scale your brand, to grow your business at a global level. And if you look around here in this room, there are people from multiple countries and multiple continents, and those are potential business opportunities for you guys, potential future business partners. And that is the power of EXP. So we've gone and we've grown the brand, and we're giving the power back to the agents to build their own business, build their brand, leverage the platform. And it was an incredible experience. Now, I think I get asked all the time what countries we're going to next. I'll be very transparent and say there will be no country announcements happening here on stage, but I do know that there are quite a lot of you from around the world who have come to talk to me about bringing EXP to your country. So if you or anyone you know is in a current market that EXP doesn't exist in, please feel free to reach out to me, whether it's here in person or virtually. I'm happy to connect. So, thank you to all of you guys. Seriously, I can't say how proud I am to be here in South Africa. I honestly was getting slightly emotional backstage, seeing the youth choir, seeing all of you guys up on your feet, dancing and cheering. Thank you to all of our agents and staff who have made everything that you are going to see over the next couple of days possible. Our international growth has been scaling at a rate that not just we haven't seen, but our competitors around the world, those big names that you know, they are not growing at the rate that we are. I want to be very clear about that, and we have absolutely zero intentions of slowing down. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you for having us. I look forward to sharing some time with you. Please come and say hi. Thank you, everyone.
Peace South Africa country leader, Andrew Thompson.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Kanya. Thank you. I don't need a clicker.
Yeah, there are 3 chairs on stage.
Right, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'd like to take ladies and gents, today I'd like to take you back in time to the start of EXP Realty in South Africa. 5 years on the 4th of August 2020, mid-COVID, we started this company. We only received our FFC mid-December 2020. And I said it already, how daunting was that? No agents, no leadership, no systems, no nothing. And just a promise of a very forward-thinking company. Disruptive by nature and the potential to create a mega family, a mega community. So from 0 to plus 1,400 agents, 6,000 down to the 3rd largest real estate company in South Africa. What an achievement. This would not have been possible without a highly committed and supportive leadership team. And without the exceptional people like the legendary Steve Johnston and Liz Nanell. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to 2 amazing people, and we'll bring them up on stage now. Steve Johnston and Liz Nanell. Lizna, welcome.
Thank you.
And Steve Johnston.
Okay.
Right, Lizna, it looks like it's you and me to start.
Steve's getting mic'd up. The mics are really busy with the choir.
Yeah, we were busy photo shooting at the back with the Ndlovu Youth Choir, and how wonderful was that? I mean, what a start to a day. You start with that energy every single morning. You'll be smiling, styling, and doing real estate in a different manner every single day of your life. But anyway, just great to have you here, Steve. I'm just going to shift a little bit because I got a light shining in my eye. And Lizna, always great to have you up on stage. And you know, if I think back to the start of EXP a number of years ago, 5 years in actual fact, and Steve, that was where we met for the very, very first time. Yeah. I've said it on stage already, rather daunting. You know, a company's got 0 agents, there's 0 staff. I think I was the only person in the organization. Mark Luca joined us soon thereafter. And some things had to be going through your mind at that particular time. But before we go there, tell us a little bit about Steve Johnston.
Andrew, thanks. And just to say, I felt so proud to be an African.
Yes.
the Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, I had tears rolling down my eyes, and the backstage crew were all crying, and
No, it was
absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Well done to the guys. So yes, Andrew, my background, I am a real estate trainer by profession, have been for 25 years odd.
Is
So
that training running
Yeah,
or
yeah,
training
as you can-
as in
yeah.
coaching, training,
Yeah.
that sort of thing?
trying to get agents fit again. No. Yeah, so I was a real estate coach and trainer for 25 years, and then I got introduced to EXP.
And there's an element of that people don't really know about you, because you've really helped me over the last 5 years. You've said a lot of prayers, and you do it for other people as well. Tell us a little bit about that side of Steve Johnston.
Okay, well, I was in the ministry for 7 years. I ran a Bible college for 7 years, and you know, my heart has been in whether it's ministry or business. I'm always trying to make a difference in people's lives, and I think the more you give and the more you serve, the more comes back to you. And I mean, it's been wonderful to go on. I know you've had quite a journey over the last couple of years, and it's been just awesome to be able to work together with you. Yeah.
You want to make me cry again? No, so listen, we should have started with you, but I think you do appreciate that Steve started out a year prior to you, and what a legendary role he has played. But wow, you're a team player. You've really created a geographic team. You've really understood the model of revenue share. You've also added massive value to your very own team. But before we go down the route and the journey and the momentum that you've created within EXP, tell us a little bit about Lisna Nell. Don't tell us too much about Daniel. I saw him sitting there a little bit earlier, but tell us about Lisna Nell.
Thanks, Andrew. It's such an honor to be here. And yes, Steve, I was also like trying to keep back the tears. You can't sit in this crowd, listen to this choir, and not be like in awe with being part of Africa. So I actually explored a little bit. I was working on cruise ships where I was managing people that are from 80 different countries. So I was in people and in systems long before I had anything to do with real estate and brick and mortar. And I've just got a big passion for people. I just listened to Steve and I was like, yep, that's what we've got in common. I still remember when Glenn was here and Andrew, we were on stage with him, and I asked him about the idea of EXP. And he quoted Zig Ziglar to say that if you want your dreams to come true, you just need to help enough people to make their dreams come true. Wow. And I feel like EXP offers that to us 1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm going to jump between the two of you because, you know, I think Steve was originally the James Bond of EXP Realty South Africa. And the reason why I say that, I think he was agent number 007, by the way. Seth, don't laugh, don't laugh, please. Okay. So Steve Johnston, and obviously, you know, if you really think about it, there wasn't much going on at the time, but we heard a little bird landed on my shoulder, a bird landed on your shoulder, and there was a sort of sign that EXP Realty was coming to South Africa. And something made you step over the line. Something woke you up at that particular time to say, something unique is coming to South Africa. Something that is going to create generational wealth and a business where you don't only just earn commission, you earn revenue share, you earn shares in the business, you earn third-party incomes. But what did you have to do, Steve, to convince yourself just to take that step? And how did it happen for you?
So I was approached by an ex-client of mine who is the same little bird that spoke to you, actually. He was an ex-Sotheby's franchise owner in South Africa. He was living in Canada at the time, and he'd got involved with EXP Realty in Canada. And I think Bill is actually here today. And Bill was influential in talking to the EXP staff in the States about looking at South Africa as a potential country to open in. And then he got hold of me before the launch actually took place, because he knew that I knew a lot of agents because I'd been in the training game. And he said, you really need to look at this company. They're changing the way real estate works around the world. And I was like, yeah, okay. And eventually got me to sit down and watch a video presentation of how EXP works. And for me, there were two things, Andrew. I saw the revenue sharing side of EXP's model, the ability to build up a passive income by helping grow the company. And I realized that this opportunity of 25 years of pouring my heart out and in my business life, training, coaching, I never had a way to create passive income through what I'd done. I'd done a great job. I'd like to think I'd done a good job. I'd built a good reputation. I'd worked with all of the major brands in South Africa. A lot of agents knew me, but I woke up on the 1st of January every year and I had to sell the next webinar and sell the next course, and it was exhausting. And when I saw EXP's revenue sharing model, I realized here's a way for me to take the reputation I've built and all the hard work I've done and actually monetize it into a passive income. That was the first thing. I caught a vision for revenue share. The second thing was that I did my homework. Obviously, I'm cautious. I want to know I'm getting into business with good people. And so I got to know some of the leaders from the States. I reached out to some people who didn't know me, and they spent time with me. They gave me their own testimonies of being involved with EXP, and I became convinced from dealing with the agent-led leadership and the EXP leadership that I was getting into business with good people. And really it was the combination of those two things, good people and a good opportunity, and we were off to the races.
Wow. How good was that? Steve, I often talk about just relationships, integrity, trust, building a bond with people. And I must say, if you look at how you've created the business here locally in South Africa, your business, your organization, there are three things that come to mind. One is collaboration. The second one is family, and you're very good at that. And then community, and extending to a broader community. And that's what I absolutely love, because you just embraced and you bonded with the EXP, and you've just taken growth to a next level. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, listener, we touched now on family and community, and I remember chatting to you about your family and your community, because you're that kind of person. You're natural at it. And, if you look at how you've styled your business, a geographic team, a revenue share organization, still doing incredible sales. And oh, by the way, folks, 2-time Icon agent. So, you have really embraced it. I popped around to your house on 1 or 2 occasions to come meet your family, but your daughter's involved in the business. Your son is interested in the business. Daniel is working with you. How do you frame this, and how do you put it all together? Because it's an incredible story from where you were 4 years ago, and maybe talk about that a little bit in terms of your traditional experience versus a virtual world environment where people do get scared of technology, but it's actually so simple to use, and you've embraced it quite amazingly.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, they always say it takes a village to raise kids, and I feel like it also takes a village if you're in real estate. Like, everyone needs to work together, you need to collaborate. So yes, my family is involved because we don't work traditional hours. It is all sorts of hours, but with that comes the joys. I never miss a sport match of my kids, so therefore they support what I do, which is very different from where I was before EXP. I think one of the biggest things for me at that stage when I heard of EXP was that my plan was all set out, and my previous parts of my career without real estate has showed me that if I stick to a plan, I'll get to where I want to be. So I'm someone that doesn't really deter from the plan. So when I heard of EXP, it was completely outside of my plan. I was offered shares in the traditional office that I was working at. I didn't want that. I was working towards opening my own business. It was still 2 years for me planning on that. And then EXP came across my road. And I feel like anyone here sitting that is with EXP, if you do not at least once a week feel like this is too good to be true, you don't understand everything yet. So my first thought was, this is too good to be true. And I rushed Daniel. We were in the car together. We had met Steve for the first time. We had a coffee, and I was like, no, next viewing, 5.5 mil house, let's go. And my words were, it's too good to be true. And then the big man, a week later, put me in a hospital bed with 2 herniated discs. And then I got an operation done. For 8 weeks, I couldn't drive. And then I went to the next thing that Steve said, which is research. Like, just go find out. Because once you do understand What did Drickus Du Plessis say? Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie.
Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie.
Hulle
Ja,
weet nie wat ons weet nie. So for me, that says it all.
By the way, Felix, that means you don't know what we know.
You
Is that
don't know
correct?
what
Yeah.
we know. So for EXP, that's very appropriate.
Yeah. No, good. A very interesting story. But I do want to just take you back about 5 or 15 minutes ago. And wow, you had some good dance moves, eh? Really? That was really fun.
Not dancing shoes, Andrew.
I know my wife, Melissa Thompson's in the audience, and I married her twice last year. So welcome to Melissa. And Steve was the priest, by the way, at our second wedding, which was quite amazing in EXP World. I had to say that today. Hey? Quite
Very
amazing.
cool.
Yeah. So, Steve, on a serious note, building a business from scratch as we have done and growing so fast has sort of inevitably brought with it some unique challenges. And I think what is important is in life there are challenges, in life there are obstacles, and it's how you take those on, turning problems into solutions, looking at opportunities instead of hassles. And you've really embraced it and made it happen over the last 5 years in particular. Talk us about your journey.
Yeah, for sure. And if you want to do anything great in life, you're going to have struggle and trouble and roadblocks that you weren't expecting. That's part of success. I mean, if you're not struggling, you're not succeeding. So when EXP launched in South Africa, man, we just embraced the chaos. Andrew and I were there when, you remember when the listings weren't feeding to Property 24 and there were like agents going ballistic and, that's just part of, like, you embrace it. That's what entrepreneurs do. There's going to be trouble. And I think one of the lessons I've learned is, yes, you have to listen. You have to, as leadership, you've got to have ears that are open to the genuine concerns of the people in your business, and yet, as a leader, you can't stay in that space. You've got to be able to lead people out with a positive attitude to embrace the struggle. You can't protect people from struggle, but you can encourage them that if they keep going, if they persist, that they will pop out on the other side. It's not going to last forever. So, I think leadership is a balance between having your ears open, but also saying, come on, let's not stay in this negative space. Let's keep going. This is part of the journey.
It's so fascinating that you say that, because I actually had a chuckle 5 years ago. I remember Javi Rousseau Gawi's in the audience here, and Javi Rousseau is aware of this, but some of our competitors actually said when I initiated EXP Realty with the support of Ben Sanford and the international leadership, etc., that I was a hotelier that knew nothing about real estate. So it was quite a joke that went through the industry at that particular stage. There were a few swear words put into that as well. So I knew nothing about real estate. But the reason why I'm raising that is more that it's the real estate agents and the professionals in the industry that really embraced EXP Realty, that really understood the 4 channels of income to realize that this is the best compensation model in the world, and that you can run your own business and you can be entrepreneurial and you can go out there and do things like you've never ever done before. And for me, that is really exciting, and I'm excited for the next 5 years. So,
Andy, can I interrupt you
absolutely,
there?
yeah.
So I think one of the beautiful things about the EXP model is that it gives individuals an opportunity to spread the wings of their gifts in all sorts of ways that the traditional model doesn't allow them to do. If you take Lisna as an example, she was a top-selling agent at one of the franchises in South Africa, but working as an agent. So here she is today, just a few years later. She's built this massive team. She's doing leadership stuff. She's running events all over the country. She's leading the Global Agent Council. So she's dealing at a corporate level. I mean, there's so many gifts that you had, Lisna, that were not being utilized in the old model. And EXP just opens the opportunities for agents. Yeah.
Absolutely. Short question, you might have a longer answer. What were your biggest challenges, maybe in previous industry, and in converting to how you've operated within EXP Realty South Africa? Because you've been dynamic, Lisna. You've been absolutely amazing. And
Thanks, Andrew. I think one of the biggest, I just love listening to Steve because you can have those gifts, but sometimes when you're placed in a box and you can see the ceiling and you can't move out of it, you don't get to practice those gifts and you don't get to develop. So I would say one of my biggest challenges probably has been my mindset. When I speak to people about EXP, I would always speak about the first year and a half where I really needed to start changing the way that I think. Because we all think of a business model the way that a old-fashioned or traditional office runs here. And that's the natural pattern you follow when you start with EXP. And then as you start learning the business better, and we're so fortunate to have all of this global experience and expertise in seeing how they do business, and to just take it from there and start developing your own skills so that you go, you know what, I can do more than this. This is like a world that is offered to you where you go from what we know real estate, your little canvassing area, your little farming area, to you doing real estate right around the world. We just had a real estate tour with different international agents on Monday, and it was so amazing to be able to share what real estate is like in Cape Town, and for us to start doing business together in the US, in France, in Italy. It's not about that geographical area anymore, but it takes a long time for your mind to start understanding that you need to operate different. So I would say that was my biggest challenge so far.
So quite amazing that you say that, Lisna. You know, what excites me for the agent team in particular is this thing of no boundaries in terms of listings. So our boundaries in terms of our farming area from a real estate perspective is effectively the boundaries of South Africa. But you can still refer buyers to other countries across the globe and still earn your commission locally here in South Africa. And then what's also exciting, and really you and you've coached your team and shown them how to do it, but you can earn commission, you can earn revenue share, you can earn shares in the company, and then third-party incomes going 100% in the direction of the agent. It's been
It's
a good
amazing,
journey.
Andrew. If I can tag onto that, I know that James and Maria from the UK is in the audience here. I just want to quickly share a story. So I met James at two different conferences, one in Cabo, one in Miami. And then when Maria said, I've got a connection with a very good client in Cape Town, he gave my number. And a week, 2 weeks ago, I received a referral from Maria. Thanks, James. Thanks, Maria. For 24 apartments in the center of the city. 24 apartments to sell.
And just to follow up on that, so I'm just wrapping up now. I was chatting to Neil Robinson over the weekend. He took, with Tyler Wantling, took Felix Bravo for a luxury tour around Cape Town. And what was amazing for me, I think the last 3 or 4 months, there's been something like 94 billion rands worth of investment in the city of Cape Town. And for South Africa, that is phenomenal. And we've just had an incredible experience over the last 3-4 days as to what Cape Town has to offer, what South Africa has to offer. And I had a wonderful discussion with Sarah Hutchison earlier because, you know, I really believe selling a destination starts with tourism. And if we can get the tourism right and attract people into our shores, into our country, offer good experience, what are you going to do? You're going to invest in commercial, in retail, in residential, etc. So thanks for raising that, and really super to hear. Steve, on your side, just one thing that has really surprised you about EXP.
I've been amazed by how EXP has improved my golf game.
It's made mine worse.
No, there is some truth to that, actually. Passive income and all, it's pretty good. But I would say that the thing that has been the biggest blessing, unexpected to me, is the friendships I've built. Because when you build an EXP team, like you're going on this journey together with amazing people and you're building your futures together. So I've made the most incredible friendships with people like Lisna and Daniel, who I didn't expect that to happen, and it's been a real blessing.
Give him a round of applause. Steve Johnston. And then, Lisna, what has really surprised you about EXP? I know you loved meeting Glenn Sanford, and we always do. What a forward-thinking gentleman, and what an absolute pleasure to work in the team of EXP Realty and understand this forward-thinking, this visionary business extending to global countries across the world. It's been an amazing journey. What has surprised you?
I think mentioning Glenn, just the entire global support team to have one structure or one office, not a franchise model that's going around the world, is such a different take on business. So what I've learned from him, and even just yesterday in a meeting, we had an international AAC meeting, and obviously we're very fortunate to have Felix here. And we were still running tech on stage, and bless your heart, thank you, Felix came. Listen, are we still doing the meeting? I was like, I'm late. Like, the boss is calling. But just to sit there and listen to how he is explaining international real estate when there is various different countries in the house, and talking about things that we could never be exposed to in the industry if you're not exposed on an international global level like that.
100%.
So that has been something that has been absolutely amazing for me.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Steve Johnston, Liz Nell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oopsie, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the warm applause. My name is Brad Neal, and I'm proud to be a four-time capping agent with EXP Realty South Africa. The music you just heard was a celebration of where we come from, the rhythm, the resilience, and the spirit of Africa. And in many ways, that same spirit is what makes EXP so powerful. We're innovative, we're connected globally, and we're building something that's bigger than any one of us. It's now my privilege to introduce a leader who helps shape how our story is told around the world. Someone who understands the power of brand, community, and vision. Please join me in giving a warm South African welcome to our Chief Marketing Officer for EXP Realty, Wendy Forsyth.
Brad, thank you so much. That was amazing. Let's give Brad a round of applause, you guys. So much talent here in South Africa. I am so honored to be here with all of you. And if you guys have been following along, you might know me as Brand Wendy on Instagram. And if you haven't been following along, pull out your phones and follow me on Instagram. I'm at Brand Wendy. And I flew all this way to talk to you today about building your brand and building your businesses. Anyone want to build your business? All right, you just had that amazing panel talking about build your business. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit, or let's start a little bit in a comfortable spot. Because building your business does tend to get a little uncomfortable. So I want you to feel a little comfortable. Because this morning has felt very comfortable, and I love that. So I want to take you back to a more comfortable time in marketing. A time where marketing was, I'm going to say, easier. So think back to a scene like this. If we can get my slides up here. I'm looking. I'm clicking. There we go. One more. We had a little clicker issue backstage. The clicker is not working, folks. Let's just, there we go. Maybe we can just advance. All right, so maybe we can get another clicker, or we'll keep trying this. So let's go back to a more comfortable time. So a more comfortable time in marketing. Think back to your living rooms when you were a child, or at least this is a scene for most of us in this room when we were children. We were gathered around. It was probably after we had supper or had dinner, and there was one screen in this room. And we probably had a debate amongst our families on what we would watch on this screen. And whatever we did watch, we consumed that television show in either 30 minutes or 60-minute increment. And that was how we consumed content. And at the end of that television show, we had a debate again as a family on what we would watch next. And whatever advertising the marketers decided to put on those television shows, we all watched during that show together. That was a simpler time in marketing. Now I want you to think about your most recent family gathering. If we can go to the next slide. It probably looked something like this. It looked a little bit different, didn't it? Everybody had their own screen. And that screen was in the palm of their hand. And everyone was consuming content, not in 30 minutes or in 60-minute increments. They were consuming content like this, as fast as you could scroll. And everybody was consuming different content. from small children to every generation in between, we were consuming different content. That is how marketing has changed. That is how modern marketing has changed. We now consume content in seconds. And if we're not on those screens that we hold in the palm of our hands, we're not building mind share. And if we're not building mind share, we're not building market share. So, how we market, how we build that mind share, means we've got to show up on these screens that we carry in the palm of our hands every single day and almost every second of every day. Where do you guys put your phones when you go to bed at night? On your nightstand. We can't even have them in another room at night when we go to bed. We have to have them in arm's reach on our nightstand. That is how important these devices are to us in our lives. That's how important the content that we put out on these devices and the relevancy of these devices are. That's how important the marketing and the content of the marketing is. So, what does that mean to us and our businesses then? It means, whether we like it or not, we are all content creators now. For some of us, when we started our real estate careers, this is not what we signed up for. We didn't think that we would be content creators. We thought we would be marketing listings for sale, we'd be marketing houses. There was some element of marketing involved. But content creators, that's a whole other element of marketing. But it is the reality of today's modern marketing. So, what does that mean? That means that these 6 platforms, I call them the big 6. And there are other platforms, but these big 6 are critical to our modern marketing strategy. Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, and X. Now, you don't have to be on all 6 of them, but you got to be playing on some of them. The question is, which ones? Now, that can be a personal preference. And my recommendation when I'm coaching agents is that you want to choose which ones feel right for you. So if you have a big sphere of influence, Facebook might be the right one for you to double down on. If you have a lot of friends already on Facebook and you've leaned into Facebook, that might feel like the right platform to lead with. If you are a visual person and you do a lot with photos and photography, you might want to start with Instagram. If you're really comfortable on video, you might really want to lean into YouTube and TikTok. And of course, Instagram is now really big on video. We're going to talk about video because video is such an opportunity for all of us. If you're dealing in business a lot or commercial real estate, LinkedIn is such a huge opportunity. So you're going to want to think about, where is my business lie, and then what platform matches that. And then you can extend the platforms. But my recommendation is always start with 1 or 2 platforms and then grow into additional platforms. You don't want to start with all of them, because then you won't be able to keep up with all of them and you won't post on all of them. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. So pick 1 or 2 and then grow from there, but you've got to be on them. These big 6 are critical when you think of your content strategy, because these social media platforms have now become marketing channels. And you have to think of them as marketing channels for your business. They are how people are going to find you. They are your lead generation channels. They are how you're going to fill the top of the funnel with business opportunities for your business. So the question that I often get asked then is, how? If those big 6 are going to be business channels for me, then how? Well, here's how. you're going to think of them in two different ways. You're going to think of them using them as content strategy, and you're going to think of what I call lead magnet strategy. So let's talk about the first one, and that is developing a content strategy. So in developing a content strategy, the first question I always get asked from people is, okay, I'm going to take your word at this at Brand Wendy. I'm going to lean into these big six. I'm going to think of them as a marketing channel. I'm going to pick my one or two channels and I'm going to start posting on them to build my brand and build my business to the next level. What's the first question after all of that, if you've bought into all of that? Just yell it out to me. What do I post? That's exactly it. And here's the question to that. Share your real estate story. Share with people your story. Share what you're doing every single day. It solves the what to post problem. That just allows you to come up with, what do I post? Think of all the questions people ask you every single day about what you do, and then post the answers to those questions. Think about all the things that you do every single day. When you're out on showings, when you're getting properties closed, when you're going through inspections, when you're dealing with all the problems that you have to solve for your clients every single day. That is great content. That is what you should be posting about. That is what people want to know. That is how you build value. That is how you demonstrate to people your expertise. That is how you separate you from all the other real estate professionals out there. Share your story. Solves the what to post problem. And there's 3 types of posts you should think about. Personal posts, business posts, and inspirational posts. Don't just post about real estate. You know that old adage, people want to know, like, and trust you? There's a reason that we all know that phrase. It's because it is true. So if you're just posting about business, people don't get to know, like, and trust you. They want to know about your hobbies. They want to know about your other interests. They want to know more about you than just you went out on showings, or the latest house that you sold, or the new listing that you took. So think about being well balanced. Think about the person that you are and how that person shows up online, because that is the person that people will know, like, and trust. Think about inspirational posts. People are attracted to that inspirational side of posting online. Think about when you're scrolling and you see that motivational post, you see that inspirational post. Those are the things that we share. So think of those 3 categories: personal, business, and inspirational. And that will help you with the share my story and the types of things to post around sharing your story. So that helps with sort of the first part of your content strategy. There's a lot to break down in this, so I put together a whole outline for you. So if you want to take a picture of this QR code, you can download an entire content strategy workbook that will map all of this out for you on your content strategy. It doesn't have to be labor intensive for you to think of a consistent content strategy when you start sharing your story. One of the things that I like to do is map out content and schedule it out so that you have sort of what I call scheduled posts throughout the week, and then you can add in posts of what I call on the run posts. So as things are happening throughout your day. And then what that does, it takes the pressure off of, what should I post now? It sort of has that ready for you and has sort of the scheduled posts done. So the second thing that I talked about was lead magnets. And lead magnets are how you move people from social media to relationship, and move people off of social media into your email and into relationship. And what did I just do when I asked you to take a picture of my QR code and download my content strategy. What is that called, what I just did? That was a lead magnet. So I just did a lead magnet strategy on all of you. So a lead magnet is when you give people something of value that then you capture their information so that you're engaging with them off of the social media platform and getting them into your email so that you can follow up separately. Because the idea is you want to build the relationship off of social media. You may start the relationship on social media with people, but social media is rented ground. You want to move that relationship off of social media and build your email list so that then you're building in real life. The whole idea is you want to build relationships in real life, but you want to give value. So think of how you would do this in your business. Buyer's guides, seller's guides, community information, information for first-time home buyers. All of those are lead magnets that you can give people that would help them looking for information. So think about the type of value you would give to people to move them from social media into that next phase of relationship building. And that is a way to move from a marketing strategy on social media into real life. So consistency is key. When you're posting and building out your content strategies, you've got to do it consistent. And that's what I said, think of scheduling posts and then putting things that are happening and sharing your story on the run. Because the worst thing you can do is post on whichever Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, post for 2 or 3 days and then go dark. Because the algorithms need to be fed. They need to hear from you consistently. If you go dark, you're losing all of the momentum, so you need to show up on the algorithms consistently in order to gain authority on the platform that you're posting on. The best tools to do that, or at least my favorite tools, there's a number of different tools, but here are my favorite. You knew I would talk about Canva, right? How could I not talk about Canva? Canva is absolutely a game changer, and we keep rolling out enhancements to Canva. Canva is adding automations, it's adding AI. There's a number of different enhancements being added to Canva all the time. So if you haven't been into Canva recently, log into Canva. It will save you so much time and allow you to create a lot of content there. Opus Clip. Anyone use Opus Clip? I see a few hands. Check it out. If you do long form video content, you can take the videos and it will chop it up into a lot of short form videos for you, ideal for posting on Instagram in particular. Really huge time saver. CapCut is amazing. It is an app you can use on your phone. Great for taking still photos, stitching them together, and turning them into videos, which is really cool features and has a lot of great templates for videos. And then Edits. Edits is an app for Instagram and we'll use and throw through Facebook as well. Really cool editing app. How many of you are using Edits? Go check out Edits. It's so cool and so easy to do video on. So really cool apps to allow you to create content simply without taking a lot of time. Now, a question I often get asked about creating content is I don't have time. How do I do all of this? I sell real estate for a living. I raise a family. I have, like, when do I do all this stuff, Wendy? Like, how is it possible? Use tools like this. It doesn't take that much time. One of the things that I caution you about is hiring third-party companies to build your brand on social media. Hire VAs and hire videographers and delegate those sorts of services, but don't delegate your voice. Be very, very careful with things like writing the remarks that go with your social posts, because that's your voice. Hire the VA and the videographer to do the content, but make sure the voice is you, because that's the part your customers will know. That's the part that needs to be you. That's what makes you special. That's what makes you unique. You need to make sure that you're writing that. Don't delegate your voice. Now, I want to share a story because I know this is hard. I know this idea of putting yourself out there on social media is not always easy. It's not always comfortable to be out there on video and to be posting, but I know it will build your business. I have seen it build thousands and thousands of agents' business, but I also know that it's uncomfortable. So I want to share a story with you. Given that we're at the first EXP Con here in South Africa, I wanted to share a story from my first EXP Con, which was EXP Con in Miami in 2024. And when we were planning this EXP Con, I had to come up with an opening number. And our EXP Con in the US is our largest EXP Con. And as I said, it was my first one in the role as Chief Marketing Officer here at EXP. So I was feeling a little bit of pressure. I wanted it to be great. So I was searching for what do we do for an opening number. There was going to be about 5,000 to 6,000 people in the audience. And luckily, that summer, I was negotiating with Canva. And we were hopefully going to announce that fall at EXPCon in Miami our relationship with Canva, that we would unveil to all of you that we were going to be partnering with Canva so that you would all get access to Canva all across the globe in our first partnership, Canva's first partnership with a real estate company. So as part of that negotiation, I attended Canva's conference that July, in the July of 2024. And this is the opening number of Canva's general session. And the photo you see here, the lady in the white suit, is Canva's co-founder and CEO, Melanie Perkins. And the gentleman that you see standing next to her with the maroon suit on is her co-founder. And everyone you see on that stage is part of the executive team and leadership team of Canva. And they came out on this general session, and there was music, and there was dancing, and there was confetti, and it was a show. Sarah was there with me. It was incredible. And I got inspired by this. And I thought, wow, what if at EXPCon in Miami, I had our leadership team come out, and instead of doing the typical like corporate, like welcome to EXPCon, we're so glad you're here, we did a show. That would really like take everyone off guard, and that would be a totally different thing, like nobody would know. And so this idea like marinated. And then I met this guy. This is one of our agents in Northern California. His name is Steven Diaz, otherwise known as the Rappin' Realtor. And Steven is very well known in California and in the US for doing parodies of popular rap songs and putting them out on social media. And that summer, there was a big song that was very popular by a rapper, and it was called Not Like Us. Or, yes, it was called Not Like Us. And Steven did a parody about EXP. And he said, the other brands may try to copy us, but they're never going to be like us. They may try to be a copycat, but they're never going to be like us. And he did this whole song about it. And this song's by Kendrick Lamar. Some of you may have heard it. A little bit controversial, but his parody of it was super cool, and it got lots of traction. So I went to Glenn Sanford, our founder and CEO, and Leo Perea, our CEO, who had just stepped into the role of CEO in April of 2024, and Stephen Diaz. And I said, what if we opened EXPCon in Miami? And Stephen did this number, this parody of Not Like Us, and we ended it with our entire staff coming out on stage, singing sort of the end of Not Like Us to say to the whole world that these other copycat brands in the US that are popping up all over the place, copying our EXP model, they can do that, but they'll never be like us because they're not like us. Yes, exactly, right? So the production company said we can't bring everyone out. So we had to compromise. And the compromise was that Leo, Glenn, myself, and Stephen came out on stage. So Stephen opened up the show and did the rap, and Glenn and Leo and I joined them. And here's what it looked like. So we'll play the video now.
They not like us. 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 They not like us.
So, some of you were there. There was about 6,000 people in the audience. Went crazy when this happened. Stephen came out, did his like 2 minutes of this. The things opened up, and Glenn and Leo and I walked out and did the ending, which was just sort of that 30 seconds that you saw there, and did the mic drop moment, and did the Not Like Us. And the place went crazy. It was unexpected. It was everything that we wanted, and the audience got it. You guys in the audience all knew what we were saying. You got that we were saying that the business model that Glenn Sanford created, that changed people's lives, that changed an industry, that has grown all across the globe, could be copied, but could never be replicated in the way that we have because of the people, because of all of you, that they're not like us, and that we are just getting started, and that we're only going to get better and better. And that was our mic drop moment, and that we are just getting started. And it was just the energy was electric in that room. And that little clip that we took went out on social media, of course, right? And it went viral. Now, as a marketer, you always want to dream of creating viral content. I never thought I was going to be in the viral content. That was not my plan coming out of EXPCon in Miami in 2024. But it was an exciting time, and everyone who was there was really excited by it. Glenn was super happy with it. Leo was happy with it. But here's what happened next after EXPCon. The internet happened. And of course, when you didn't know the context of everything, the internet trolls got a hold of just the little clip, and we went viral again, and again, and again. The video went so viral that we had our board of directors calling us. Leo Perea, our CEO, had investors calling him saying, "What happened? What is this video?" My personal @BrandWendy account and Leo's account and Glenn's account had so much hate, DMs coming into it, that it was really just like an uncomfortable situation. We were like really concerned for our own sort of personal safety. There were some calls. There were just like, it became a like, wow, this is crazy. We actually pulled the video down. Um, and we got into sort of like we got into uncharted waters. So it really was like unintended consequences outside of our sort of room of people that got it. So here are the lessons learned and why I share the story is that you need to create content for your audience. The lesson I learned from that is we had no idea all of that would happen, but we created that moment for the audience in that room. And when you're thinking of putting yourself out there on social media, which you absolutely have to do in modern marketing in today's world, don't worry about everyone else. That's a blocker that keeps people from putting themselves out there and building their brand. Now, I shared that story as like a circumstance that is very unlikely to happen. But for all of us, we worry about what's somebody going to think. What about that negative comment that somebody might write? What if my hair doesn't look good? What if my makeup isn't done? What if the lighting isn't good? What if I don't say the right thing? What if I say too many ums or ats? We just have to put ourselves out there. Create content for your audience. It will build your business and change your life. And that's what you need to focus on. You have to be willing to take the risk. It will be worth it because really great things will happen. Things like this. One of our agents, children dressed up as us for Halloween and copied us. Like that gave me like such like warmth in my heart. I was like, for every hater that gave us like made fun of us, I was like, but these two, they were so cute. So amazing things will happen and positive things will happen. Put it out there and let it go. Build your brand. We have the opportunities because of these platforms that we never had before. You can build a business and build a life that is so far beyond what you ever could have imagined for free on these platforms. You just have to have the courage to do it. Your voice matters, your story matters, your vision matters for your business. You can go out there and create your own, what am I going to say? Mic drop moment, you guys. Go do it. Thank you so much. I've got one more thing for you. I came all this way. I wanted to share one more thing that you guys are the first audience to hear this. Can I share one more thing? I worked last year on a special project. It's going to be launched next month. It will be available here in South Africa through Amazon. And that is something that I've observed. I've been in this business for over 25 years. I started as a real estate agent myself. I owned my own brokerage business for a number of years and have worked as an executive for a number of years. One of the things that I have seen over and over again is amazing real estate professionals who have come into this business and have been absolute rock stars and then have burned out and not been able to see longevity in the business. I bet you guys have seen it too, right? And that has always broken my heart. And the observation I've had is that these people haven't been able to have a long career in this business because they haven't found a framework to allow them to take that special skills that they have, that shining light, that amazing personality that we all bring into the business and allow it to shine for longevity. It's It's what I call the X Factor. And for those of you that have been following along, I have the X Factor podcast because I believe in this X Factor that we all have. And it's what makes us sort of special. So I've actually written a book that is called How to Leverage Your X Factor. And it's based on a 6 um, pillar framework that is an acronym of the word factor. So if you break down factor, that's the 6-step framework of how to build a long real estate career based on focus, action, community, technology, operations, and resilience. And if you take that framework and build it into your career, your X factor will shine bright. So the book comes out next month, and it's in partnership with, in the US, our EXP charity is Extend a Hand. So much like your charity here in South Africa, in the US we support Extend a Hand, which supports our EXP agents in their time of need. So all the proceeds from the book will go to support our Extend a Hand charity. So when it comes out, would appreciate your support to support your careers and also our Extend a Hand charity. So thank you so much for having me today. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Please welcome to the stage EXP International's VP of Marketing, Sarah Hutchinson, and EXP South Africa agents, Keegan Vane, Princess Good, Neil Robinson, and Madeleine Besundehut.
Oh, I have a mic on. Hi, everybody. Hi, friends. So this is the Cool Kids panel, the marketers. These amazing people represent the best of the best in South African real estate marketing. I actually called up Andrew and said, who are like the coolest people on social media in South Africa, and this is them. So each one of them has a very different way of showing up as well. We've got luxury, community, social, and real life. So let's get into it. Neil, I'm going to start with you. You told a story actually where you were at a point where you almost quit real estate. You moved cities, you didn't have a network, deals fell through, things got really hard. I think a lot of people are experiencing this right now with the economy. What was the moment when you realized your mindset had to change before your business could?
Great, thanks, Sarah. So I'll give you a bit of context into my story. I come from a pro cycling background. I did cycling as a profession. I got severely concussed 3 times in a row, had to learn how to walk properly again. And then I was like, okay, what now? All I know is how to ride a bike fast. I tried a couple of different things that didn't work out. And through that process, I found a few mentors and got involved with property. And yeah, I think the bug bit with property. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm in Joburg. I want to be in Cape Town, and I want to be selling the best properties.
Okay.
So I moved in about 2.5 weeks, and I went gung-ho. I was laser focused. I think I listed 600 million in the first 10 months. I had over 250 million rands worth of deals fall through.
Uh-oh.
Some of those were probably my own lack of skill and just delusion.
I think, yes, 100%.
And part of that was genuine circumstances that were just not fun at all.
Okay.
And yeah, I reached a place where I was just, I was depressed. I was just in the doldrums, and I was like, what is wrong with me? Why am I doing this? So I really hit a complete low, and I was confronted with, like, either I can change my attitude here or give up on
real estate completely. So there's a thing in war, in World War, called the death zone, when you've got an army of 1,000 people, 300 people. The guys with the army of 300 are in the death zone with their backs against the wall. They generally fight 3 times harder because they've got nothing to lose but death. So I wasn't going to die, but I literally had my back against the wall, and I was like, this is rock bottom. The only way is up.
Right.
And I was like, okay, let's give this a shot. I started sharpening my skills, and then I really started experiencing breakthroughs. And I think the big shift for me was a quote. There's a very well used quote in psychology. It's called the Serenity Prayer. It's based off of a prayer. And it goes like, it says, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that for me really put it in a nutshell. There were so many things outside of my control that I could have taken personally, but there were a lot of things that I could change. And one of the biggest things in all of our control is our attitude and our mindset.
I love that.
And yeah, I think since then things have had a better trajectory. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Keegan, I'll go over to you now. You came from a very structured, very well-known brand that we will not mention, but you felt trapped there. What did it feel like when you realized you couldn't really market yourself there? And then what changed for you when you joined EXP and became your own brand?
Thank you, Sarah. I think fundamentally it's based on the fact of feeling trapped in a space where you've operated for a very long time. I've been in the industry for over a decade, so I've been in real estate a long time. And after so many years of trying to come up with really nice marketing ideas, implementing cool, fun things to do with the team, trying to push the narrative that we are each our brand, there was a lot of suppression there. So suppression always comes to mind for me. And I came across the incredible EXP model, and there was a space for me to push the idea that I am my own brand.
Right.
And that has always been my slogan and my motto, is that you are your brand. And I try and encourage my team underneath me that they are each also their own brands. And how that plays into the hand is that fundamentally you building a movement, a momentum around you in your environment where you are marketing and branding yourself. And I think that's very important for agents to understand and know.
Is that one of the reasons why you came to EXP?
That is the biggest reason I came to EXP, definitely. I've always been an entrepreneur, sort of had an entrepreneurial spirit. And I knew that I was never going to be an agent for the rest of my life. It was something that I knew at quite a young age. And I think EXP gives you that exposure for you to run your own business, build your own team, and have no limitations within the marketing space of trying to sell property. The other suppression spaces were where you can sell and where you can't sell. I think that was a very big factor for me. I always wanted to work in the luxury sector, and as soon as EXP came around, it was the first thing that I delved into. And within the first 6 months, because I never had a restraint of trade there, we listed over, I think it was 150 million rands worth of properties in our area. So, it gave me that exposure to be able to market myself in different spaces, sell myself to my audience, and fundamentally generate more leads. I think that's the industry we're in. We're in an industry where we build relationships that eventually leads to sales.
And that's what EXP is all about.
Most definitely.
Madeline, I know I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry. You say it so cool. I do not. But you built your business by showing up consistently and focusing on community. For agents who think my town is too small or nobody wants to hear from me, what would you tell them?
Yeah, I arrived in a new province and a new town, Blouberg, 4 years ago, and started a brand new career in real estate. So I had no databases, I had no network, I didn't know a single street name. And nobody knew who I was. Who the heck is Madeline? So I started where I could. I'll start walking the streets. I put those flyers into those post boxes and I did the birthday wishes and also advertised in a little local magazine that was distributed in my area. But I just hoped for the best. But when I realized that my social media is actually the bridge to a larger community, that made the world of a difference to me. And I want to encourage you to show up in your communities, to be consistent, to be visible. And it pays off.
How did you use social media in your community?
In my community, I'm very involved at, especially at my retirement villages. And everywhere I come, I create content about the events they are busy with. I help them with their events. And I just post it consistently.
Consistency.
Consistency.
Love it. Thank you. Princess, I stalk you on social media. You're hilarious. You are brand new. You didn't come in with a big CV. You leaned straight into just being real. Why did you decide to show the struggle instead of the highlight reel?
Ooh-wee. Story time. So when I started off in the industry, it was nothing but a struggle. I don't know. When I looked on social media, though, I had the concept of, oh, it's selling sunset. I'm gonna walk into these houses, these luxury listings. I've got James Bond here walking into a listing, and then you've got literally listing Cape Town, or like he gives selling sunset vibes as well with the mansions he walks in. And I'm like, oh, I can do that. Like that looks so much fun. And then you get her posting like a sold post like every week. I'm like, this looks like fun. Like I feel like I can do this. You get into an office. Story time about that is that every agency rejected me because I started real estate when I was 18 years old, straight out of high school. And you know, you go there and you do the job interviews. It's like, oh, any sales experience? I'm like, no. I thought like you didn't need anything to get into the industry. Like I could just come. And they're like, no, at least have like something. Like, what do you have? I'm like, I mean, I have communication skills. I just, you know, you think of these things. I mean, I know like posting TikToks. I can take a cute reel. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've watched enough reality TV shows to know my way around the house. Like, how, it can't be that difficult. You know what I mean? They all didn't buy it, and they didn't give me the job. So I tried again, but this time I may have put a little bit of a couple lies in the CV. Doesn't matter. I got the job. It was a different agency. Not gonna say anything.
Do your thing.
I get in the office. I'm like, okay, guys, this is my big break. I'm in here. They're gonna give me the nice listings. I was like, so where's the Camps Bay houses? I can go there. I've got my makeup done. I've got my phone and my gimbal. Like I can do the content. They go, what do you mean? I was like, where's the house to sell? They're like, here's the list of leads. Call them and go get the listing. I said, do what now? I need to call who? The homeowner's like, I need to call a stranger. And then they're like, yeah, that's how you get the houses. I was like, no, this wasn't in this Selling Sunset. They didn't show me this part. I answer the phone and I get rejected and like someone screams at me. So I was like, oh, this is not a vibe. This is not a yoba. And then I asked for like, where's my for sale board? It doesn't have my face on it. What's going on? Like, usually you put your face on the board at the old company. Like, no, you don't need that. Just the company's name and your number. So that's useless because how am I supposed to take a cute selfie with it? Anyways.
Right.
So I got in there and I started realizing, okay, so I don't have listings to show. I don't have 10 years of experience. I don't wear like the suits and everything. I'm like really young and I just know how to TikTok, so what was gonna happen? So I said, why don't I just document the struggle? People need to start seeing what's going on, because this is it's not as easy as walking into these luxury listings like they just give it to you. Give them some credit, like how they got all those leads and getting in. Even Madeleine, that sold. You saw the last part. You didn't see the beginning part of her getting the leads with no database. You didn't see that. You didn't see her cold calling. You didn't see them having to do all those valuations. Goodness me, those things. You didn't see them price counseling and the owner asking for ridiculous prices. What actually you do, you open the phone, you get a lead, and it's probably like no offense, but the ugliest apartment you've ever seen, and then they expect you to sell it. And it doesn't even look cute to like real and have these cool videos they have. So it's like, now what must I do? So yeah, I started documenting the struggle.
Love
and
it.
just showing it.
My next question is, what What do new agents actually need to hear that they're not hearing online? They need to hear about the struggle?
Yeah, they need to hear about the struggle. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. Yes. No. It's not.
Is there no light at the end of the tunnel?
Sorry?
Light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You know, once I spent my first year in real estate really getting established because I couldn't get the listings, I kind of did what Neil did. No, I took that from him. You can ask other agents to do some content for their house, at least to, you know, be associated in that space when you have absolutely nothing to your name.
Okay.
Yeah, I collab with other agents, do a lot of trainings, involve myself with the agents in my team because I'm surrounded by an amazing team of people. So, yeah, round of applause. So it's good that this team's very collaborative and very open to helping one another with trainings and just finding your way around real estate. And yeah, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, guys. You can do selling sunsets eventually, just not in the beginning.
Not at first. Love it. All right, Neil, you are very high end now, but you didn't start out that way, just like Princess. How did social media help you find your voice and confidence on camera, and was it awkward at first?
Yeah, so I think starting out getting into the high-end space, it's safe to say I was very delusional. But I think it's actually healthy to have a good amount of delusion, because if you're delusional for long enough, you'll actually not be delusional anymore. If you're willing to make yourself look like a failure for long enough, eventually you won't be the failure.
Fake it till you make it.
And I did that, and it took a lot longer than I expected, but then the breakthrough started coming. But I got a lot of experience. I got my head kicked in, and I was very wet behind the ears. I'm still a rookie, but I think that was one of the biggest things, to be willing to look like a failure or a fool in front of very wealthy, high-end sellers. Eventually got me to a point where I could start landing those mandates.
I feel like I could do that.
And I think from a story from Clifton, I walked into, I think it was a door knock. I knocked on the door of an 80 million rand house, so that's about $5 million. And I convinced her to give me a mandate. And she had a couple of questions that I wasn't expecting, like, how old are you? And how long have you been doing this?
You
and
just
how
knocked
many,
on the door?
And how many houses have you sold in the area? And I was like, look, I'm going to be honest here. I haven't sold any houses in this area. I've been in the industry for 6 months. But I'm probably harder working than all the other agents. And they all started somewhere. Somebody had to give them a shot. So if you don't want to use me, that's fine. There's no hard feelings. But if you do, give me a shot. And she gave me the mandate. And so that, I think, is just the power of having a bit of delusion, because sometimes it works.
You hear that? Be delusional. Love that advice. Thank you.
So back to social media, I think, being willing to look awkward on camera until you get a bit better. I'm always practicing speaking on camera. There's usually a lot of bloopers still today. Some days are easier than others. Other days it takes like 20 takes. So, yeah.
So you think it's better to just post content rather than make it perfect? Just get it out?
Yeah, like we were talking yesterday, done is better than perfect. Yeah.
Done is better than perfect. Glenn Sanford actually says that all the time. All right, well, thank you, Neil. Keegan, you invest heavily in content. Speaking of content, I think your social media guy is up here. Hey! So for agents watching this thinking, I don't have that budget to have him here, what matters most when it comes to building a personal brand?
I think a personal brand for me is bridging the gap between your image and your personality to your audience. Now, your audience might be a developer, it might be a buyer, a seller, it might be another agent, it might be your team. And I think social media can easily sort of, half push you through the door, because there's millions of people on social media daily that scroll. And I think that you start becoming very well known in those spaces. So in the beginning, when I didn't have a lot of money to have the scalable option, I think, going back to Princess's topic, is actually just recording yourself in these spaces and giving your personality and your authenticity to your sellers and your buyers, because they are following you. I can guarantee you they are following you. And then I think there are many other ways of marketing and branding yourself and creating a personal brand besides social media. And I think that can talk quite nicely to the audience is we have WhatsApp Business, we have LinkedIn, We have obviously Canva Pro that's got the AI link to it, so you got pamphlets that can be created, reels that can get created. The importance behind creating all this content, not necessarily speaking into a camera, is ensuring that your brand, which is you, your face, what you represent, how you present yourself, is all on these documents. When you're sharing WhatsApp messages, generally there's always a photo of myself on it, so the person knows what they're reading. There's a relationship between that person, and 9 times out of 10, well, hopefully, they're like, oh, I've seen him on, this group or that group. So that's the idea, is creating a personal brand around you at a very cost-effective rate. And I always like to refer to my mom, which has been in the industry for over 13 years. She's never done social media a day in her life, but yet has done over R1 billion worth of sales in her career. So that's a good example how there is personality there. There's a lot of personality, whether it's building relationships on the street, like Madeleine mentioned, walking the streets, creating pamphlet drops. We're also very involved within the community space, which doesn't cost you a lot of money.
Right.
Being part of charity events, we really like being involved in those spaces because firstly, you can build meaningful relationships with, again, your buyers and your sellers, and it creates a presence of social media to physical in person.
Thank you. Madeline, back to you. You talk a lot about consistency. You post all the time. You're very consistent with it. What does that look like when life is really busy and you have a lot of stuff going on and English is not your first language?
So every time I visit a property, it's not just a listing for me. It's a story. It's an opportunity for you to tell a story about the lifestyle there, the community, the neighborhood, and who we are as agents. And storytelling is about creating that feeling and helping people envisioning living in there. So, social media for me became like a bridge to be more consistent in my community. Not only the property that I was visiting. So I want to encourage you. I think I lost my words here and there now. What I wanted to say is, but I want to tell you that it's not hard to be part of a community. Just show up.
Show up.
Help them in their events. Create content of the events and just share that consistently. And when you start doing that, the community starts feeling you and seeing you on social media. And that is where it's important, and that is where trust is being built naturally. So I want to encourage you to get in front of that camera and just start getting your stories out there. And surely it creates trust that you in no other way can create. It just gives, social media just gives trust a place to live and grow.
I love that. Thank you. Neil. Yeah. Yeah. Neil, you are obsessed with Canva, and you've built a team around you. If an agent is overwhelmed by AI, I see Seth sitting there. If people are overwhelmed by AI, tools, Canva even, all the stuff that's changing so fast, what's one simple thing that they can do this week to make their business better?
I had a great chat with Seth last night. He's like the king of AI in this room here. And one of the points that he made is that using AI as a tool is possible for everyone. I think sometimes we think of AI and we think of coding and all of these crazy IT terms, but it's actually very possible for any of us. Even if you're not an IT boffin, just use it, give it the right instructions. And the thing I love about EXP and Canva Pro is that you can put together quick social media content, overlay text, sold posts, for sale posts. So it's really all at your fingertips, yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Princess, I'm gonna head back to you, and I'm really excited to talk to you. You're young and hip and cool. What do older agents need to know about social media and posting and sharing their life online? I think for some people, maybe it's a little scary to share that much with an unknown audience about your personal life. What advice do you have there?
I'm gonna get back to what Madeleine said about how it allows you to reach so many people and also connect with so many people that you wouldn't even fathom. A lot of the older generation think they'll just post it and it's going like nowhere, and it's not gonna really do anything for them. It's not gonna benefit them. It's like an extra task. Like, oh, I have to post something. But I use social media and it has absolutely changed my life. It's made my career. If I didn't have social media, I genuinely don't think I'd be here today, because how would I been able to even reach people that I would have never been in my sphere? Because she door knocks, but how many houses can you possibly door knock to be able to reach people even in different provinces, countries? It really, it's an opportunity. Like one post, I think of it as, imagine every time you posted, someone gave you a lottery ticket. So you don't know when the next post it'll be that you absolutely blow up, and it will really just help you build a brand at overall. Like your face is your brand, like Keegan always says, you are your brand. And the only way really to spread a brand, we used to do adverts back in the days, but like now you don't have to pay for an ad because you can just post something
Right.
and it will absolutely go viral for free. So it's really, the older generation just needs to understand that this is a way for you to market yourself. It's a way to put yourself out there, to be seen, to be heard. Because at the end of the day, you don't really have a business if no one knows you, especially in real estate. So,
Love it.
yeah.
Thank you. All right, we are getting kicked off stage because we've gone over time. I'm sorry. Thank you to our amazing panelists for the honesty, insight, and real world perspective. You guys are all awesome. I also wanted to just shout out a quick one to celebrate our international Instagram at EXP. It actually hit, I was going to say it hit 10,000, but we just hit 11,000 followers, and it's only a year old, so yay! Shout out to our marketing team, yay. So if you're not following us yet, please join our journey on our international channels. Thank you all for being here. We are so excited to be in South Africa, and enjoy the rest of EXP on Cape Town. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, EXP, woo! Ladies and gentlemen, we often talk about the momentum of EXP, and then you suddenly realize that momentum isn't just an accident, it is engineered. Our next speaker has been one of the lead engineers of the growth that you see in EXP South Africa. He was part of EXP South Africa from the first day EXP hit the South African soil. He joined us as the financial manager for EXP South Africa. Then he became the financial manager for EMEA, making him one of the most promoted individuals in EXP International, bringing a heavy hitting global background from London to the Far East into EXP South Africa. His mission was very clear from the start: and a very strong message from him. Build a financial foundation strong enough to support a revolution. And he did exactly that. Because of the systems he has put in place, EXP South Africa didn't just grow, it exploded. We saw incredible revenue growth, and we've scaled from 0 to almost 1,400 agents, making us one of the biggest and the best success stories for EXP International. His impact was so profound that he became the director of finance for EMEA. He is a leader who understands that agents really need value, and the company must operate with absolute precision if it comes to agents' money. He's here today to pull back the curtain on how we become a global powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the man who built our financial bedrock for EXP South Africa, all the way from Potchefstroom, Mark Luke.
Thank you, Harvey. After an introduction like that, it can only go down from here, so thank you, Harvey. After 5.5 years at EXP, Andrew's finally managed to drag me out of the accounting basement and stuck me on stage. So I'll be quick. It'll be a nice introduction, look at our numbers, but thanks everyone, thanks for joining us here today. So today we're talking about the phenomenon we call the velocity of value. We aren't just looking at a business success story. We are looking at the strategic evolution and the unparalleled financial performance of EXP South Africa from its inception to Q3 2035. So let's look back. October 2020, the world was in lockdown. Physical offices were ghost towns. Most businesses were retreating and dying. A lot of your businesses probably died then as well. But EXP Realty decided to launch its fourth international expansion right here in South Africa. We entered the market with no traditional office overheads and no boundaries. While others were waiting for the old normal to return, we were busy building the future of work in the cloud. So why South Africa? Well, there's a perfect storm of 4 market factors that converged to allow us to succeed in EXP South Africa. So the first factor, the hustle. South African agents are natural-born entrepreneurs. They don't just want the job, they want ownership. EXP gave them that control without the crushing weight of traditional overheads. And I want to pause on that. A lot of you that have run your own businesses, run your own brokerages, know how difficult it is, how much it costs, how much goes out of your bank before you get a single cent in. You start every month at minus thousands and thousands and thousands of rands before you've brought in a single cent. EXP takes that away. For just a small monthly fee, we give you the opportunity to scale your business endlessly. We've heard from agents before, EXP allows that. Secondly, we've removed the borders. From Cape Town to Johannesburg to Nelspruit and back, we operate as one connected national network. No regional franchises, no territorial limits, just pure agility. Third, the equity edge. In a rand-denominated economy, the ability to earn USD-denominated stocks is a game changer. It turned real estate agents into global wealth builders. Steve touched on this earlier, mentioning his passive income in his golf game. And then fourth, relationships. South Africa has a deep, heavy referral culture. Our revenue share model turned that culture into a strength that allows agents to unlock a financial engine that allows it to scale phenomenally. Okay, so let's look at some numbers. You'll see up there, 15 months to profitability. Andrew mentioned 18 months earlier this morning. Andrew counts from when he joins, I count from when I joined, so I can take a bit of credit for it as well. So from when we joined in 2020, remember, look back to 2020, worst market conditions, a fool would launch a business then. In 15 months, we are profitable. We carry 0 debt. We've reached a cash flow positive status as a business by 2022, and once again, 0 debt. We've carried 0 leverage from day one, which allows us to scale and always make decisions with the best interests of agents in mind. We've proved that you don't need bricks and mortars to build a juggernaut. Our revenue growth. From 2020, when we launched, to Q3 2025, we've generated over 480 million rand in revenue. And I guess we can probably start saying $500 million in revenue. And next time we present, we are going to talk in billions. Our compounded annual growth rate is 80%, which means our business on average has grown 80% year on year. This is what market penetration looks like when agent success is the primary fuel. We've grown into a powerhouse of over 1,400 agents. This is the most successful international expansion outside of North America by sheer agent count and agent growth. And here's a couple of milestones to look at. 2020, we reached 500 agents, and based on a cash flow positive business with zero leverage, zero debt. 2023 was the breakthrough. We had 1,000 agents. This is a tipping point where it allowed us to grow 74%, and our business turned into a word-of-mouth, self-sustaining recruitment engine. In the beginning, we used to hunt agents. Some of you who were here at the beginning used to know how difficult it was to bring agents. Now agents come to us. They want to be at EXP. We turn away agents that don't fit our values and our culture. It's a total game changer from when we launched. Some profitability metrics. So our cloud-based model just doesn't grow fast, it grows smart. We operate at a 23% operating margin, significantly outperforming traditional industry averages. Look back to your own businesses again. What were your margins? Our agents are also more productive. They're averaging 3 in productivity. Why? Because our infrastructure allows them to close deals faster with less administrative friction. And this is a big slide I really want to pause on. Revenue share. Steve touched on it. All the agents are going to touch on this as part of EXP. Since inception, we have distributed 39 million rand in revenue share back to EXP agents. Let's give yourself a round of applause there. And what is great is not just 1 or 2 agents that have earned this. There's probably countless of you in this room that have earned revenue share. We all know 21st of the month is bonus day. Revenue share lands in your bank account. What would have happened in the traditional brokerage? That 39 million would have gone back as royalties. It would have gone to the owner's second boat. It would have gone to marketing, whatever. This goes back to the agents in our business. And this figure is just going to continue to grow as our revenue share model grows and as the business grows. Okay. In less than 5 years, EXP has climbed from a new entrant into the market. And Andrew mentioned this earlier. Back in 2020, we were right at the bottom of the pile. 0 agents, 0 listings, 0 sales. We had nothing. And in 5 years, we've grown from a new entrant to a top 5 real estate brand in the country. Andrew says top 3. I say top 5 just to be safe. But in a year or 2, we're probably going to say top 1 or 2. So while traditional incumbents are flatlining or declining, and we know that because a lot of the other agents are joining us. A lot of those agents are in the room potentially joining EXP or have joined EXP. We are adding agents at 3 times the industry average. This isn't just disruption. It's a fundamental shift in how the industry scales. And I said I was going to be quick. This is just to summarize the South African blueprint. So we started as the 4th international market, and we've become the model for expansion globally at EXP International. Just to recap, we've done R500 million in revenue since we've launched. We've exceeded 1,400 agents in 5 years, 15 months to profitability, and our compounded annual growth rate is 80%. And it's going to continue being 80% if we do the things that we're doing here, investing back into the business and attracting professional top agents. So this isn't just proof that growth just happens. It happens when you remove friction, when you align incentives, and you empower your agents with technology. Velocity becomes inevitable. And that's really me in a nutshell. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for allowing the time, and thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it's 2. Okay, ready? Please welcome to the stage EXP South Africa Transactions Lead, Nyarai Muvaiwa, and International Transactions Lead, Marike Wilkinson.
South Africa. So, real estate has changed. The modern agent isn't limited by geography anymore. Now, your client is relocating to Portugal, your investor is targeting Miami, a referral across continent. This isn't an exception anymore. This is the new normal. My name is Yarai. I am excited to be here today with my colleague.
And I'm Marika. At EXP, we aren't just local agents anymore. We're part of a global ecosystem, and our session today is called the Borderless Brokerage.
Today, we are walking through 3 pillars. 1, the platform, how to find and send referrals globally. 2, the opportunity, how referrals turn networking into co-sponsorship. And 3, the future, what's coming next on the global referral platform.
Quick show of hands. Who of you have opened the global referral platform? Keep your hand up if you have sent or received a global referral. And keep your hand up if you have intentionally built a relationship with an international agent. So the gap right there, that is why we're here.
Because most agents aren't missing opportunity, they are missing clarity. And when clarity feels unclear, agents generally hesitate. EXP gives you access to agents across the world. But this isn't just a list of names, it's a living network of professionals executing deals in markets that you would never personally serve.
And when agents see this many people, the first thought is usually, where do I even start?
Okay, so here's the mindset shift. This platform isn't an admin tool, it's a marketing tool. Your profile is your global storefront. Your digital, that right there, your new digital business card, that's what you're seeing right now. This is something really, really powerful. Agents can generate their own personal QR direct from their profile. Instead of exchanging business cards like we normally do, another EXP agent can scan your code and you are instantly added to their network.
So network just became frictionless. No typing of names, no searching later, no forgetting to follow up.
One scan, one connection, one global. Relationship started, and often that first impression another agent has of you. A clear professional headshot, authentic bio, and specific information on your specialization. This isn't branding bluff, it's marketing development.
And when searching internationally, don't ask who's available. Ask who would I trust with my reputation. Every agent has felt this. You send a referral, you introduce the client, and then silence. That is the international referral black hole.
And it's not bad luck, it's bad process.
So strong referrals follow 3 phases: before you refer, during the transaction, and after close.
Before, connect directly with the people you're working with. Share context and align your expectations.
During, stay visible without micromanaging.
After, turn that one deal into a long professional relationship.
So a referral shouldn't be a one-time transaction. Every referral is a handshake that can lead to co-sponsorship.
And the secret, so this is the secret sauce of EXP. You're not just earning commission, you are expanding your footprint and your revenue share across continents. The agents who win globally don't chase commissions, they build partnerships.
So your next business partner might not be down the street. He might be in Dubai, in Lisbon, in Sydney, and the platform is the bridge that will get you there.
Now let's talk about what's coming next. So the global referral platform isn't standing still. there's one of the biggest updates that's coming soon, which is the real-time referral tracking. So think of it like a pizza tracker, okay, for your referrals. So you don't have to just send and hope that somehow, somewhere you will see where exactly it stands.
And another powerful enhancement, agent production insights directly on the profiles. So when you choose a referral partner, you'll see exactly how active they really are.
So it's fewer guesses, more confidence, more transparency.
Because the future of referrals isn't just global, it's visible.
We want to leave you with one challenge today. Don't look at your database as just a local list that you have. Look at it as a global network. So before you leave this room, create your personal QR code from your profile. Make it your new digital business card and start connecting with the agent that you're sitting next to, or any agent that you're going to meet after this. Because one scan can turn into one relationship, and one relationship can turn into your next international closing.
So this week, optimize your profile, create your QR code, and build one global connection.
You already have the network, you already have the platform, use it.
Thank you, EXP Cape Town.
Thank you.
Good morning, EXP South Africa. Hey, what an awesome crowd. What an amazing brand. And I'm so glad that you're all with us today. My name is Lara. I am from Currencies Direct South Africa, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to one of our esteemed panelists, esteemed economists, that serves on our panel. I'm sure you all know Dr. Rudolf Botha well. He has got several publications that you would have read throughout the media. You've got Media 24, De Burger, and then obviously the Business Maverick. Dr. Botha is here today to bring you the bright side with a balanced perspective view on what's happening within the economy. And I really look forward to hearing what he has to say and bringing us some good news, especially with predictions on reductions in rates. Enjoy.
Hi, everybody. When Simon and Garfunkel got together many years ago for old time's sake, for the concert in Central Park in New York, you may remember that. Nobody knew how many people would pitch up. And when they finally got on stage and they looked at this crowd, Art looked at Simon, he said, "We seem to have filled up the place." I'll never forget that. They knew how to make music. Many years ago, when I was still the chief economist of the South African Federated Chamber of Industries, we used to come down to Cape Town once a year to discuss our tax committee's recommendations to SARS, the Commissioner of Inland Revenue. Down here, they had to come down for the parliamentary sessions, and they would give us sort of a sneak preview of the changes to tax legislation, and then they would ask us for our comments. And on some of the issues we agreed, on others we had some reservations, and we came down for that visit. And I'll never forget it, we found parking actually, can you believe it? Not too far from these buildings there near Parliament. And we stopped right behind an Audi. It was top of the range, olive green Audi. I'll never forget that car. Because it's not the type of car that you would expect a bumper sticker on. But this one had a bumper sticker. And it said, "Be kind to animals, hug a Transvaaler." Anyway, I feel more welcome today than then. But you must be grateful for our tourism contribution, I suppose. Okay, solving the South African puzzle. all hands on deck with emphasis on property and construction. I'll add one more as we go along a little bit later. And I'm going to run through these slides fairly quickly with you. Just having a brief look at some of the sectoral discrepancies right now. You find finance and business services, including real estate and property transactions. That's the game, that's your sector of the economy. It is by a long shot not only the largest one, the biggest contributor to GDP, but it's also the one that in the last 13 years has grown by the largest margin. We don't have 2025 data yet, but last year was better than the year before that, which is not saying too much, but it's better at least. Followed by agriculture, which is absolutely fantastic, considering the fact that this country is officially classified as an arid country in geographical annuals. Then personal services, government, transport and communication, and then we go a large discrepancy that's a little bit of a concern, especially construction. Right on the left-hand side there, construction is the worst performing sector. Now, you need construction activity to build a house, am I correct? And I don't have to tell you that we are heading for one hell of a shortage. If they fix the water, and they can do that with the private sector help, and if it gets done under the umbrella of Vulindlela, it's thanks to Vulindlela that we don't have so much load shedding anymore, and that we've had this magnificent transition to solar energy. So I believe that can be done. But if you look at the value of building plans passed, I've got a slide on that as we go along. It is still not remotely where it was prior to COVID. And this is a huge concern of mine. Those of you that can read Afrikaans are welcome to buy the burger tomorrow. It will also be under the Netwerk 24 on their website, under the heading Stemme, Voices. You'll find my column and you'll read there all about my opinion on the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank. I didn't use any profanity. I usually do. I can't do that in print. Maar ek sal vir julle nou vertel. Suffice it to say, I don't like those bastards. If you look at the gross operating surplus, thank you very much. I'm fighting a battle on behalf of all of us. If you look at the gross operating surplus value added ratio, value added is the contribution to GDP by these sectors. Finance and business services not doing too badly, 56.7%. Agriculture almost on top. Electricity shouldn't actually be on the slide because it's quasi-government to a large extent. But for the pure private sectors, agriculture is way out in front, and we should be really grateful for that. And I'll mention to Johnny when I see him again, that's Mr. Steenhuisen. I've shared a platform with him once or twice, and I'm going to mention to him that while he's Minister of Agriculture, he should build a monument to this country's farmers. They put food on our table under, thank you, under extremely difficult circumstances. And it's encouraging to see that your Agriculture Business Chamber's confidence index, not only the whole index, it consists of 10 indicators, that's the a blue line, but also the capital investment index is heading in the right direction. Cumulative exports, 2025. I play touch rugby twice a week. I also play tennis twice a week, by the way, if you're interested. If you're ever in Pretoria, we can have a social game. I'm not too bad. And there's one chap that plays with me. He's 82 years old. He's a surgeon, ear, nose, and throat. He removed my tonsils when I was 50. I remember that. And he still operates almost every day of the week. And this particular day when he arrived at the Pretoria Rugby Club, he was looking very chuffed with himself. And he was not the sort of guy that wears his heart on his sleeve. And I asked him, Chris, well, you look really in a good mood today. He says, yes. He says, over the years, many years, my kids and even my grandchildren and friends, dear friends, have given me Krugerrands for gifts. And he just chucked it into his safe. And last night he decided to count them. 67. I told him, well, you don't need to operate anymore. He says, no, well, I like my work. That's the secret, not to retire. Mineral products, which is essentially coal and iron ore, and precious metals, essentially gold and platinum. Those four product groups, more or less, account for almost half of this country's foreign exchange earnings. The current spike in the gold price and the platinum price, and it's not only platinum, it's also palladium, lithium, iridium, without which the United States cannot conduct their space program. So we're in a very good space as far as that's concerned. South Africa has 80% of the world's reserves of platinum group metals. So we've got so much potential, but we need to start putting the potential into action. There's a rumor that Mr. Ramaphosa shared a platform on a social media gig the other day with Julio Iglesias. You remember him, the Spanish singer? And they were talking about unique words in a particular language that are not easily translated. And I asked Mr. Iglesias first, this word mañana, can you explain to us what that means? Because you can't translate that into English. He said, well, it means that you mustn't be in a hurry. Do it later, or tomorrow, or next month. Mañana. Take it easy. And they asked Mr. Ramaphosa, do you have a language like that a word like that in your language? He thought for a while, he said, I don't think we have a word that describes that degree of urgency. Anyway, what happened in this country after 2012, when we were almost food insecure, which means that you have to import the balance of your food requirements, all of a sudden it's as if our farming community just said, well, we don't give a damn about what's going to happen here, we want to farm. We want to produce food, also for our processed food industries, and it's just amazing. South Africa today is the 32nd largest exporter of food and agricultural products in the world. It's so nice to have the agriculture sector that we do have. Okay, now we get closer to the bone, property sector trends. And I've given you I like to believe, a nice mix, a nice bag of data. I'll start with the bad news. There you can see the red line is the value of building plans passed, currently running at about 27 billion per quarter. It was at almost 30 billion prior to COVID. And you know what happened in COVID? Who remembers the Command Council? We were governed by a Command Council. It's quite scary if you think about that. A friend of mine at the time told me, one of the members of that Command Council is so narrow-minded that when she looks through a keyhole, she uses both eyes. You will notice on some of my slides that COVID V, as I call it, that abrupt, falling off a cliff almost, and then a very sudden, the recession lasted for exactly 3 months. And we were back on year-on-year growth again for most sectors. And then from there was a nice recovery, and then all of a sudden, things went south. There was a demand for houses, am I right? The supply was now not forthcoming anymore. Why would that be? Is a house expensive? It's not like buying a Coke, right? It's the most expensive item that your average person, formal sector employee, purchases in their lives. And you finance that usually with a loan, am I correct? A mortgage loan. So when the cost of servicing that loan increases by more than 200%, then this is going to happen. The Monetary Policy Committee of this country's central bank raised South Africa's interest rate to its highest level in 15 years without any sign of demand inflation. I will be the first economist that tells you that if there's too much demand in the economy, if there's no surplus, you want to go into a shop, whatever you want to buy, clothes, a car, whatever, a house, sorry, it's all sold out. I'll be the first one to say we need to raise interest rates because credit is too cheap. You can't buy all of this stuff cash. But there was no demand inflation. They made a grave error. And I discussed this with many of my peers, and I got a couple of them together last year, and it was published late last year, a report which was titled Quantifying the Damage Inflicted on the South African Economy by the Excessively Restrictive Monetary Policy of the Reserve Bank. And you can look at the whole report. If you go to the Inclusive Society Institute website, under reports, you'll pick it up very quickly there. And we did an econometric analysis. Well, it's scary stuff. I'll tell you more about that as we go along. Fortunately, rates have come down, but not remotely by enough. And in the Burger article, which I sent to them last night, that's my deadline, which will be published tomorrow, I make the point that technically South Africa's prime rate should not be 10.25%. It should be 8%. And I'll motivate that as we go along. Thanks. And just for the record, when I say 8%, I'm acting as a relatively hawkish. That's a hawkish view. Because then our real prime rate, prime minus CPI, will still be 32% higher than it was on average during Jill Marcus, the previous governor's term of 5 years. The average real prime rate in her term of office over 2011-2015 was 3.4%. Today the prime rate is 10.25. I think you know that intuitively. The CPI is 3.5. Our real prime rate today in South Africa is 6.8%. It is 100% higher than in Jill Marcus's period. So it's not as if I don't like those 6 members of the MPC because of any other reason except that they're incredibly stupid. They don't understand economics. If you look at the number of property sales registered in the deeds office, that was in 2025, in thousands. Gauteng is still above the Western Cape, followed by KZN. Those are the big three. Mpumalanga, not doing too badly. Free State doing surprisingly well. And the Eastern Cape. You know, they're all around there. If you add the Northern Cape to the Free State, as is always done, they're also a force to be reckoned with. But now when we go to the value of residential building plans passed by province, and I predicted this a year ago, I don't always get my forecast right, but when I do, I tell people. And it was the easiest thing to call ever. The Western Cape has overtaken Gauteng. And in the words of our president, it's because the municipalities are well run. What is by a very long shot the best run municipality in KZN? It's the one where Chris Papas is the mayor. The DA municipality. What's the best municipality in Gauteng? Midvaal, a DA municipality. No graft, no corruption. Just do your job. Appoint people that know how to do this. Appoint people with project management skills and the engineering skills if you want to fix the water. Not your cousin, 3 times removed. Thank you. The nepotism and cadre deployment must end forthwith. And if Mr. Ramaphosa wants to do his political party a favor, then he must announce this tomorrow. Because that's where a hell of a lot of the root causes of the troubles that we have with water, with roads, with everything comes from. And congratulations to the Western Cape, you finally managed to be able to fix a pothole. I've been told here in Cape Town, if you report a pothole before 10 in the morning, it's fixed in 24 hours. In the Western Cape, in the Western Northwest, where I drive through every week of my life, Letlabile, if there's a pothole, it gets bigger and bigger. And after 6 years, a sign goes up which says, danger, potholes. So what's that space? And I just, for the people from the Western Cape, from Cape Town, I have to tell you that this is not going to stop. The people are flocking down here, not only because of being able to fix potholes, etc., but also because of the good schools, good universities. And that's a huge attraction. I've been saying this for many years. I cannot believe why somebody has not developed, gone into huge, large-scale residential development on the way to Malmesbury. because that is just so, I mean, there's not that much farming going on. There's hardly any industrial once you're out of the city. And I discussed this briefly with a chap a couple of months ago at the Altitude. That's a very fancy place here in a hotel in Sea Point, where they put me up for the evening. And I met a gentleman who had just bought this 6th largest farm south of Malmesbury. And he says he's going to treble the population in the next couple of years. So it is happening, and I think that's great news for all of you and for all the people that want to come down here. But we may be able to turn the ship around. This is also close to the bone. The residential property price index is the blue line, and the red line is the construction input price index. At some point in time, over the last 70 years, these lines always cross each other, and then they split, and then they come back. The gap was narrowing, which meant actually until about mid last year that the buyer's market was on its way out, but all of a sudden, the buyer's market is firmly still back in place. I think you know that quite well. If you look at the average home purchase prices by one of our country's largest bond originators, and literally tens of thousands of mortgage bond applications and bonds granted, so it's fairly reliable and up-to-date data. You will probably know about that knock we took from 22 to 2023 as a direct result of the record high interest rates. There was a bit of a recovery except for the 50 to 60-year-olds, and it's still not quite where it was, but it is certainly moving in the right direction. And the reason I'm showing you this slide is not because I'm the Optimum Group's economic advisor. I am also to Currencies Direct. They managed to be awarded the Citywire Discretionary Fund Manager of the Year in 2025 for their 14% per annum average return on their equity A, which is essentially South African equities, but you earn a lot of that money overseas. The market wasn't far behind at 13.5. And I just want to go back to this slide. So if you had bought a house, my calculation in 2021, the beginning of 2021, if you wanted to buy a house, and instead of doing that, you gave your money to Optimum, you would have been able to buy 2 houses now. The point I want to make is that the attractiveness of equity investments is fading very fast because the stock exchange is wit warm, as we say in Afrikaans, and the property market is on the up again. So I expect within the next year or two, there will be a huge increase in the investment demand for properties in this country. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever, which is good news. If you are getting slightly bored, which I hope you're not, as we go along, especially with my last section, maybe do yourselves a favor and just try to count which key indicators, not Mickey Mouse stuff like how many Coca-Colas were sold last year. Key indicators, capital formation, GDP growth, the interest rate, exports, etc., are moving in the right direction. There's an expression in Afrikaans which goes like this: bekend is bemind. The closest thing I can think of in English is home is where the heart is. And it's probably, if you think about long and hard, it's probably why you're still here and not in Australia, am I right? Bekend is bemind. Home is where the heart is. Even if this bekend, that is known to you, that is familiar to you, even if it's not exactly how you want it to be or how it was in the old days, the question we need to ask ourselves is, can we get back to that position? Are we maybe on our way back to improving this country that we are familiar with, that we love, with the best rugby team in the world? I'm wearing my 95 World Cup tie, by the way. I was on Isak du Plessis Nuuspot the other day, and somebody commented that die man het net een das. In English, he said, this guy only has one tie, because I always see me with my World Cup tie. And so when I was on his program after that, I told Isak, ek wil net vir daai kerel wat hierdie kommentaar gelewer het sê dat ek het baie dasse. Ek kan dit bekostig. maar ek dra net een. I only wear one. This is a fascinating slide. I found it difficult to believe that the year-on-year increase in average home prices, that Limpopo is top of the heap, but the Western Cape follows shortly after that. So, but certainly it's increasing, and quite a couple of them are also there in real terms. This is also an interesting slide for an economist, because your average salary in the formal sectors in this country is about 27,000 rand a month, right? But if you look at the average salaries of 20 to 30 years old people in that age group that are applying for a mortgage loan, it is about 37,000 a month. And if you move up the ranks, the age ranks, to the 30s, the year-olds, it's in the vicinity of, it's closing in on 50, about 51,000 rand a month. And for the 41-year-olds, that's where I am. I wish. That's very close to 85,000 rand a month. So you have this income inequality, and there was an economist, Simon Kuznets. Simon Kuznets won the Nobel Prize for economics for his thesis on why this is good for a developing country. Because the reason why the average increase in real terms over the last 6 years was significantly higher for the elder groups because of more experience, more qualifications. It acts as an incentive for the youngsters to make sure they get the right experience, that they further their education with studies, etc., because that's the way you get to the top. And in the process, if you climb this ladder of upward mobility, of course, you are paying more and more taxes, so SARS is very happy about what is going on here. And then our bond yield, and this is the reason, or this is the rationale for my thesis, which is published tomorrow on Netwerk 24, that our prime rate should be 8%. We've had, since April last year, we've had, between April and now, we've had 100 basis point reduction in the prime rate, via the repo, obviously, right? And it's 10.25 now. We've had a 325 basis point reduction in the 10-year bond yield, which is our benchmark long-term interest rate and should be tracking the prime rate. So that means that they are 225 basis points behind. You deduct that from 10.25, it's not an intimidating mathematical exercise, you get to 8. You get to 8, right. Unfortunately, you cannot vote for me, but if I were the governor of the Reserve Bank, the prime rate would be 8%. This is other good news. If you look at the blue line, that's the prime rate coming down. By the way, that's moving in the right direction, am I right? When I ask you to spot indicators that are moving in the right direction, it doesn't necessarily mean moving up. It can also mean moving down, like inflation, like interest rates. And as a result of that, banks' impairment asset ratio, which is their bad debt asset ratio, is also coming down, which means it's becoming just marginally easier for people to access loans. All of this is good news. I must be quite honest, you know, if I was standing here, if I'd been standing here 2 years ago, I would not have been as upbeat as I am today. The data is coming into the equation. Okay, so capital formation. We just need to look at this because capital formation is required for developing new areas, residential, non-residential. You need the water, you need the sewage, you need the roads, you need everything that goes hand in hand with that. South Africa's capital formation GDP ratio is 14%. It's half of the world average. It is frightening. And I can tell you now what the main reason for this is not the interest rates. That is an auxiliary reason of late, which is important. But the main reason was a decade of state capture. Mr. Zuma is on record for saying many years ago that this country's problems started when Jan van Riebeeck got off the ship. And then I asked him which year was that, and I think he said 1611. The less said about him, the better. But Mr. Trevor Manuel, whom I've shared a platform with him on numerous occasions and also with his wife, because she's an economist, Maria Ramos. She actually presented the Economist of the Year award to me at a function in Joburg several years ago. And he is on record, Trevor Manuel, previous Minister of Finance, for saying that the biggest disaster in the entire history of this country, think from 1652 more or less, right, was Jacob Zuma and the Guptas. And I see on the page 3 of this morning's Citizen, which we get up there in the north, there's a picture of Mr. Malusi Kigaba. He's in court again. He's looking very worried. I hope they make a nice little room for him one day. Bastards. The average annual real growth in fixed capital formation by sector, it's our farmers once again, and our hotels and guest lodges. They are coming to the party with the recovery of tourism, as you all know. But for the rest of the industries, we need to really wake up and do something. Good news is that Afrimat, the Afrimat Construction Index, the head office is here at Tiger Valley, near the Tiger Valley Mall. There's a cattle baron there. Just will maak 'n lekker sirloin daai mense en bliksem. I must pay them a visit again. That's moving up in the right direction. So with a bit of luck, once again, an indicator moving in the right direction. Also construction sector employment. If you travel through the northern provinces regularly, as I do, you'll notice a hell of a lot of construction activity which is probably not recorded by Stats SA. But we need to, we need the formal side of things as well. And then the trend for fixed capital formation by public corporations, and this is what has happened, unfortunately, because of state capture and erosion of the competence of our public corporations, mainly, obviously, Eskom and Transnet. But I've got some good news on that as well as we go along. So there we are, 2007, on our way to the Soccer World Cup. Who remembers that? I remember it vividly for two reasons. That's when I won the Economist of the Year award for the first time. Laura, unfortunately, forgot to mention that. And the other reason is I'm a soccer fan. I played league soccer for 35 years, and I coached Mark Anderson, who played for Bafana Bafana. So I know my way around that game. I'm ambidextrous, by the way. Hierdie lyfie, né? Is nie gebou vir rugby nie. Baie dankie. Al my organe is min of meer waar hulle moet wees. Okay, so we're on our way to the Soccer World Cup. We're building 3 million RDP houses in the space of a decade under Mbeki, following on from Mandela. We had, compared to today, we had fantastic political leadership in this country. We created 8 million jobs in construction. It was unbelievable. Then came a brief recession. Who remembers that one? The ladies are too young. You were still in kindergarten. That's a compliment, by the way. A friend of mine in Joburg at the time told me, Doc, a recession is worse than a divorce because you also lose half your fortune, but you're still married. We recovered quite quickly from that. We grew at 5% per annum for 4 years in a row prior to that recession. After that, when Jill Marcus was governor of the Reserve Bank, we grew at, on average, about 2.5% per annum in real terms. By the way, our current trajectory is 0.5, and the real prime rate was, prime minus CPI was 3.4%. She was the best governor we ever had. She went to the trouble, she understood economics intuitively and was smart and discussed this with private sector economists. And we convinced her that a developing country that needs to create jobs cannot afford to have a real prime rate of more than 4%. That's sufficient. Don't worry too much about inflation. If it goes to 7-8%, it'll come down again. The minute the rand strengthens, etc. And, she became a colleague of mine at Gibbs, where I taught on the MBA program for 25 years. And then 3 disasters hit us. She retired. Mr. Jacob Zuma appointed the new MPC, by the way, the incumbents. There's been 1 or 2 changes along the way. And then came COVID. But at least now we've stabilized, and easily moving in the right direction. Just remember that capital formation is an economic concept, physical concept. It's not finance. Finance comes into the equation, obviously, when you buy a tractor. But in economics, capital is the tractor, not the money that you paid for it. It is the stuff that you need without which you cannot produce goods and services. For a small builder, it's a bakkie and a cement mixer. And for a consultant like myself, it's a laptop and a fast car. And apparently a very pretty car. Because I do the Pretoria over Tambo route on the R21 quite regularly. And there's a crowd in Ekurhuleni that they've fallen in love with my car because they take pictures of it all the time. Which is very irritating. The volume of building materials produced also starting to move in the right direction, which is good news. Capital formation in residential buildings, not remotely where it should be, but at least we may be on the verge of turning the corner now with the rates that have come down. In construction works, it's still not going in the right direction. But the private sector is right up there running. Their element of capital formation in buildings and construction, all buildings, is just continues to increase. They took a bit of a knock because of the interest rates. These are not huge figures compared to our GDP of roughly 8 trillion rand, but at least we're getting there. Okay, now we're going to go into overdrive and good news territory. But for this slide, I've chosen a theme from one of our neighboring countries. That's the Zimbabwean economy. And the person there on the left is looking for the ballot papers. That's what happens if you have nationalization. And South Africa doesn't have nationalization. We've got all kinds of problems, but we have a free enterprise democracy. And I was privileged to be part of a select group of people that had a discussion with Raymond Zondo, ex-Judge Raymond Zondo, a couple of months ago. And the central message he gave us is that we should protect and cherish our constitution. Maybe try to remember that. I actually bumped into one of the trade union leaders at the ETV studios many years ago in Randburg. We were both going to be on the news to comment on something. And I had a chat with him and I asked him whether he knew the definition of a communist. I subsequently realized he doesn't know much about anything, but I told him, even a communist is somebody that has nothing, but he wants to share it with you. And he didn't find it funny. As an economist and an semi-retired lecturer, I'm always thrilled to discover a beautiful example of an inverse correlation. You also have positive correlations. The more bees you have, the more trouble you're going to get into everywhere, with your wife, with everybody. But this is an inverse correlation. So there we can see the Better Bond Index of home loan applications. Interest rate going up. Obviously, people wanted to buy a house. Now they say, oopsie, we can't afford the mortgage repayment anymore. Boom, we put this on ice. So it goes down, 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 down. Interest rates finally start moving down, and this index starts moving up because people can afford it. Apparently, the MPC doesn't quite understand this type of analysis. There's another one, GDP growth. Interest rates were down. GDP growth went back to 6%, but that also was partially as a result of the post-COVID recovery. But after that, and this is important, after that, we grew again at about 2% in real terms until they started raising rates again. And if you maybe are thinking about, but the Reserve Bank had to raise rates because inflation went up, remember that. One needs to now, really start understanding and thinking about economics and have a grasp of this location to go and look for, but why did inflation increase? It went to 10% in Germany. In South Africa, it peaked at just above 7%. The first time ever this has happened. And I didn't dig too far to get to the answer. There were two reasons for the global spike in inflation, not only South Africa. Because we were food sufficient, food secure in South Africa, we came off quite lightly, quite frankly, thanks once again to our farmers. But the two reasons were, and listen to this, 700% increase in global freight shipping rates. And if you think this, what do you put on a ship? 80% you put on a ship. 80% of all goods that get transported globally get shipped by the ocean, not by airplanes. And your transport costs on the average product that you can buy, whether it's a laptop or furniture or a car, whatever it is, a meal in a restaurant, whatever you can buy physically, globally, 50% of that price you're paying is transport costs. So, think, right? 700% increase. Because of COVID, obviously. Harbors were closing, and then opening, and then closing again. It costs a lot of money to keep those container ships on the sea waves. And the other reason was a 500% increase in the oil price, inter alia thanks to Mr. Putin's military invasion of a democratic, free enterprise country. And it was always on the cards that these prices would normalize, as you can see. All the Reserve Bank needed to do was just be patient. Interest rate, inflation has come down, and now they are claiming the credit. Dit maak my so kwaad, ek kan slange vang. I can catch a snake. I rub my nose with it, but anyway. I get so mad, when they tell these blatant lies. The decline in South Africa's inflation rate had zero zots to do with the South African Reserve Bank. It had everything to do with a normalization of global freight shipping rates and the oil price. And there you have it, 6.8%. Inflation has come down a lot faster than they have brought down the interest rate. What are they waiting for? I ask myself every day. And if you think I've been a little bit tough on them, just have a look at this slide. So I've got 4 periods here. 2011, 2015. See Jill Marcus, right? 3.4% average real prime rate, growth, GDP growth of 2.5%. Per annum, in real terms. Okay, then came the new kids on the block, and in the next, more or less 5 years, the real prime rate went to almost 5.5%, and growth went to under 1%. Then I've left out the COVID era because that was just crazy. So after COVID, the prime rate was 7%, remember that? You were selling houses like going out of fashion, huh? Real prime rate was, once again, it was under 2%, which is fantastic, maybe a little bit too low even, and the GDP growth was back to 2.5%. And then, for no good reason, they just raised the rates to the highest level in 15 years, and look what happened to GDP growth. So this slide features in that report of mine, which you are welcome to search. But the macroeconomy remains in really good shape. Just have a quick look at the impact of the Trump tariffs. One must distinguish between Mr. Trump's personality and the Republican Party's policies of fixing the mess that the Democrats made in that country, as far as I'm concerned. But look what that, the US was our second biggest trading partner in 2024 for high value added goods. What do I mean by that? It's all our exports minus coal, minus iron ore, and minus platinum. Those are not high value added goods from an employment perspective. And then follows Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. You will wonder, but what's going on here? Well, we supply a hell of a lot of food to them, agriculture and processed food. But when somebody in Namibia wants to buy a second-hand Cessna or a chopper or whatever, they buy it from South Africa. They can't afford new ones, I promise you. We have a thriving aircraft refurbishment industry in South Africa, where we take second-hand aircraft, we fix it, and we sell it even into South America. We're a pretty nifty country, as you probably know. And then the UK, Zambia, Belgium, Netherlands, Mozambique. This is our top 10. These 10 countries are very important to our economy, I promise you. Now, what's happened a year later? Look where the US is now. That is a problem. Namibia is now in number 2. Belgium has moved up the ranks. They buy a lot of vehicles and components from us, manufactured products, which is great. But you must please be kind to the German visitors, the tourists, because they are so important to our economy. The Germans are here, lock, stock, and barrel, and they mean a lot to us in many respects. If you look at the government GDP, the government debt GDP ratios, We don't have a problem. There are some economists that say we are standing on a fiscal cliff. Maybe they just want attention. I don't know, but it's ludicrous. I mean, we've got the same debt GDP ratio as Brazil, 77%. It could be lower, fair enough. It was lower when Trevor Manuel was Minister of Finance. But that is nothing to be too perturbed about. It can even go a little bit higher if government uses that money to fix the water and to fix some roads in the northern provinces, because that creates jobs. And the minute you create a job, you broaden the tax base. And that's why one should not be too scared about that. There is a lovely story talking about taxes and stuff about this. This guy took his little boy to this bistro in Rosebank in Joburg every Saturday morning if he could. He teamed up there with his old mates, from varsity and so on. And they had a raffle. They would choose a sporting event the next Saturday, like the box against Wales, or last week England against Scotland. I enjoyed that one, but anyway. Or Zimbabwe against Australia in the T20. And then they would guess the score, the winner and the score, and the one who's closer to the next Saturday, he pays for the breakfast. But his son has got this, little boy has got this nifty trick. He tosses a 1 rand coin into the air, and he catches it neatly between his teeth every time. And he's very popular there amongst the other kids. This morning something goes wrong, and the coin goes down his throat. And they do everything wrong. Dop hom om, slaan op sy rug. And suddenly a gentleman approaches from the bistro, well-dressed, almost like me. And he grabs the boy by the nuts and he squeezes it there out. Boom, out comes the coin. And the father is crying tears of joy. He embraces this guy. He says, you saved my son's life. What are you, a paramedic? He says, no, I work for SARS. I think we all know the feeling, even if it's only proverbially. The rand turnaround, I mean, this is absolutely amazing. When these, a panel of economists met a couple of months ago, sort of in the middle of last year, they were talking about 20 rand to the dollar. And I told them, you must be absolutely crazy. The rand is undervalued. It's going to go to 16. And I don't, as I said, always get it right. And if you want to know on a monthly basis what the rand should be trading at, if it was fair priced against the US dollar, then you can get every month from Lara and them at Currencies Direct, The Bright Side. It's a monthly publication which I write for them. The first section is just a wrap of the good news in the economy with some slides. Easy reading. I think your kids may even be able to use that data for their school tasks. But then the third page is the currency compass, and I calculate the real effective exchange rate of the rand, and I calculate what the rand should be trading at against the dollar and what is its level of overvaluation currently. It's about 16% overvalued. It should be trading at 18 something. And it eventually will, by the way. And that will be good news for our exporters. So please, get in contact with anybody at Currencies Direct and put your name on the mailing list. It's a quick read. And you can also use this publication to send to your cynical friends and relatives that want you to go to Australia. Who knows somebody in Australia? You know that this has had a beneficial effect on the world labor market because it has increased the average IQ of both countries. I can't lose with that one. Why is the rand strong? There's one reason. We have a whopping trade surplus. We have people buying our bonds. That's why the bond yield has come down. And why are they buying our bonds? Why are the Momentums and Old Mutuals of the world buying South Africa's government IOUs? That's what a bond is. It's an IOU. Because they have faith in this country. They have faith in this country and its policies. And when did that faith start picking up? Shortly after the government of national unity. After the infusion into the national government of other political parties with other views and other work ethic. And long may this continue. The only reason why the rand is so strong, because of our gold and foreign exchange reserves at a new record high and our financial accounts looking good. And the rand is not only strong against the dollar, it is even stronger against the British pound, the euro, almost equivalent Japanese yen. You choose a currency, the rand is strong against every currency in the world, it keeps inflation down. So with a bit of luck, those guys will lower rates in March. And another 25 bips won't be enough, but it's better than nothing. And I'm putting my money on that. There you can see the real effective exchange rate of the rand straight from the latest Brightside published by Currencies Direct. Fuel prices, 4-year low. This is unbelievably good news. Another 2 moving in the right direction. And in-person conferences by international associations. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I saw that Cape Town is above Sydney, Rio de Janeiro, Dubai, Toronto. I mean, these are global mega cities. Well done to Cape Town. Ek het 'n bietjie gekroek hierso, because I've added Stellenbosch to Cape Town. And the reason I did that is because if I omit Stellenbosch, then Cape Town is below Sydney, and I didn't like that. Other good news, I mean, the tourists are just coming back. This is splendid news. We've got virtually 100% recovery in tourist arrivals, and retail trade sales going to a new all-time record in real terms every single quarter since interest rates started coming down. Maybe I should send this to the Reserve Bank, but anyway. And then we have the most beautiful star in the universe as far as I'm concerned, because you are looking at the future of energy with a bit of wind added to that. And South Africa is one of the countries in the world that is leading the way with transformation to solar, which is unbelievably good news. By the way, I've given you the definition of a communist. An economist is somebody that will marry Charlize Theron for her money. Do you think that this country, we, can fix the problems that we are so acutely aware of, especially in the northern provinces with the roads? Can we fix it? Of course we can fix it. All you need is skills, the right team, and a bit of money. And we are moving in that direction. I've got no doubt about that. Just look what has happened to Durban Harbour. And they still have a long way to go. By the way, they're still the worst harbour in the world. I hate to tell you that. They're still the worst harbour in the world. But a more than 100% increase in container movements. This is fantastic stuff. And now that that Filipino company has finally, that challenge in court is beyond us from Maersk, now things are going to start happening, I'd like to believe. They must just privatize one of those berths at Cape Town Harbour and give it to the farmers, that we can get our fruit out as quickly as possible. Because the problem that we had in December wasn't only the wind. They always say it's the wind. It was a 2-week period when there was nobody there. Everybody went on leave at the same time. It's unbelievable. The most pathetic management that you can ever find at any harbour in the world. The record was shattered here, right here. It can be fixed. Fire the bastards. Okay, here are 2 indicators that are moving in the right direction. I'm just about finished. If we import more machinery and equipment, think tower cranes, tractors, harvesters, right? Solar panels. That's good for our economy, right? That's a sign of an economy that's involved in capital formation. So that's a positive one. And if we import less minerals, we are importing less oil, diesel, and petrol, which is also good. It's a sign of transitioning to solar and wind, which is good news. The platinum price, this is unbelievable news. It's back to 2,000 about this morning, but it's fine. It was about 850 not long ago. And the gold price, also fantastic news. Mr. Godongwana is going to read the budget next week. And he's going to have one of the most pleasant budgets in a decade, because the mining companies and many other companies that are linked to that pervasive value chain have made a bit of money. And if they make a bit of money, then SARS is laughing all the way to the bank. What has happened, of course, now, there's this conspiracy theory that China and Russia and a couple of other of these communist countries are trying to buy as much gold as possible for their central bank reserves, because ultimately they want to challenge the dollar. So maybe they think that if you have enough gold now, you can go into a shop and buy some KFC. I'm not sure where that theory comes from. It's devoid of all truth as far as I'm concerned. But because of the value of gold that's increased by so much, that ratio of gold as percentage of the other forex reserves, which is essentially dollars and euro bonds, those are for all practical purposes the three forex reserves. Number one, dollar bonds. Number two, euro bonds. Number three, gold. But the gold element has now become so expensive that even if they had this idea, it's going to cost them a lot of money. So that pleases me, because I don't like communists. Not even a little bit. And as a direct result of that, look what's happened to our mineral sales values. This is fantastic news. And what does the future look like? Well, I prepared this slide for a mining conference a couple of days ago, and I couldn't believe my eyes with the updated information. Let's move from the 7th highest ranking in the world for high quality coal. This is South Africa. To titanium, number 4. Iron ore, number 4. High grade. Phosphate rock. The 3rd largest reserves in the world. But we import fertilizer. This doesn't make sense. This is something which government can grab. Department of Trade and Industry. Get cracking again. Resuscitate South Africa's fertilizer industry. You can create thousands of jobs. Zirconium, number 3. Gold, number 3. Vermiculite, number 2. And then gold medals for aluminosilicates, which are very important for industry, platinum group metals, chromium ore, and manganese ore. With this type of resource endowment, our GDP should be 3 times what it is. And nobody needs to not have a job in this country. Our problem is not high inflation. Our problem is high unemployment. And to combat that, you need much lower interest rates. Why am I bullish about the future? We've got a further lowering of interest rates, probably increased fiscal stability, strong balance of payments, positive influence of not only the DA, but also some of the other parties in the Government of National Unity, which hopefully will continue and expand recovery of key agricultural crops. We've had good rains in the summer crop-producing regions. Your platinum group metal increase and green energy improvements to logistics infrastructure. I showed the slide on Durban Harbour. Partial privatization of Transnet. It's a pity they couldn't privatize the whole lot. And even the Department of Transport while they're at it. Greater private sector participation in policy implementation. I was privileged last year when Network 24 asked 11 South Africans to choose a word of the year for 2025, the end of last year, and to motivate that choice in about 3 short paragraphs. That was intimidating. Choosing the word was not so difficult. My word was private sector. Afrikaans is 'n woord, privaat sector. Jy kan ook in 2 woorde skryf. Private sector. The private sector has been pulling us through, and the private sector will continue pulling us through. Especially if government were just to open that door for larger participation and influence a little bit wider. And that will be on the cards, I'm convinced. Tourism revival. Labor intensive, of course. Increase in your loan application index, also from other mortgage bond originators, and growth of per capita household income. There has been a turnaround for the first time in a decade in per capita household income, which is really good news. So we've still got a long way to go, but there is absolutely no way that I cannot be bullish about the future. It's been said that the pure optimist believes we live in the best of all possible worlds, and a pure pessimist fears this is true. Okay, let's put our money behind the box. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone. That wraps up the first part of day 1. Lunch will be served starting at 1:15 in Ballroom West. We're back here at 2:30 p.m. with a talk from an incredible South African agent. You don't want to miss it. See you at 2:30.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. All sound good? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Awesome. Cool.
Listener Nell will be oh wait, no, which one is this? No.
Pretty cool.
7.
See, made me nice and young.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I have the right times for you before I say anything out loud.
Okay.
There we go. Mike Walters. This is who I'm looking for. So Mike Walters from the
Yes.
South Africa team will
I
be
know Mike.
introducing you.
I saw Mike this morning, by the way. So we actually caught up. So, yeah.
So we will make sure that he's good to introduce you. He'll just get
Okay.
a handheld mic.
Awesome.
We'll have some like
Cool.
segue music.
So what happens when he does the intro, then I follow him?
Okay, fantastic. Just give me one moment. Okay, so we'll have some drama lighting. Mike will come out. He'll introduce you. We can shake hands. You
All
can
right.
have him
Perfect.
exit. You can
Either
go
way,
on,
I'm happy.
whichever you like.
Yeah. No, I like to shake hands.
Perfect. And then if we could please scroll through Mike's teleprompters, please. So Mike will say all of these lovely words about you.
Okay. Nice.
You'll be the one. There we go.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you so
Cool.
much. So if you just want to do like a quick, like few slides, this is what the teleprompters currently look like.
Awesome.
They're
They're
not
great.
doing great.
I normally like to stand in the middle over here, so I like to, yeah. It's actually going to be good afternoon, EXP family, not good morning. Good afternoon.
I can fix that for you, don't worry.
Thanks. Just so that I don't get my timing mixed up, you know. But sound good, guys? All good? You can hear me right at the back? Great, awesome. And then I just go, there we go. That's it.
We move the teleprompter to slide 2.
Oh, it shifts as we.
Can we move the teleprompter to slide 2? Perfect. Thank you.
Great.
All right. So basically what I'm trying to show you here is we're trying to mush everything together.
Yeah.
So if you sent it to me broken apart, we're trying to get them as close together so it's like run-on sentences.
Yeah.
That way there's less scrolling.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh no. Right here.
Everything? Yeah, good, good.
We got everything right here.
You will be hearing my voice.
Okay, so I'm talking to you up there. Okay, good. Good to put a face to it.
So basically you have your teleprompter here.
Wonderful.
One slide you're on here, and I think we'll have a timer for you up there.
Okay,
So if
great.
you just want to do like a quick like read through, we'll have
Yeah.
them follow you along. All right, if we want to stop on slide 3 and just follow me.
We'll be following what you say, and we are like making sure we catch up with you, okay?
Okay, cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, so a little bit of background to myself. Started in media in the mid-80s, working at publishing at NASPAS. At the same time, I started buying property. First house in 1989. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm sure you've been on
No, listen, I'm very comfortable here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're a pro. All right.
No, this is I like to move around and connect and engage. So I don't like to stand behind a podium. I don't know.
Plenty of screens for you.
Wonderful.
You
This
can
is
use
great.
as your pace
This is
card.
fantastic.
Perfect.
Awesome.
All right.
I'm happy.
He is happy. We are good to go.
Great stuff. Awesome.
welcome back to day one. We will be starting the session in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and remember to put your phones in silent mode. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. How are you all? Hi, good afternoon. I am introducing a man of many talents, a businessman extraordinaire. He's a world-renowned real estate trainer and a business coach, and he is an icon in the real estate world. This man has single-handedly built the largest real estate revenue share team in South Africa, and he is still growing at a phenomenal pace. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back,